This is Mike 1. Check. 1, 2, check. 1, 2. All right, here's Leonard.
Mike 2, check 1, check 2.
All right, I hope that's good, Daisy May. Squads with a lot of emotion. So that can always play a big key in any ball game. But we talked about it before we went on the air. This game has a storied history to it.
Both teams have a lot of strong tradition, great pride, and a lot of success. Both schools have won state championships. I came to Monett in 1969, and through the years I've seen most of the Monett Mount Vernon games that have been played. Some of them were really classics, almost all of them hotly contested. So I think we can look for a continuation of that tonight. Two teams with a proud tradition and a tremendous rivalry between the two schools because they were both quite successful and did have such closely contested games through the years. So I always had trouble deciding when I taught at Monett High School who was our number one rival, Mount Vernon or Aurora, because they were both extremely strong rivals. I always sort of gave Aurora the nod there, but Mount Vernon was like 1A, you know.
Well, for as long as I can remember, those three teams formed that triangle of competition and were really good games when they hooked up, no matter what combination of those three schools. You know, this is an important game. If Monett wants to compete for a conference title, of course they've got to go through Lamar, but they can't look past Mount Vernon tonight. And for Mount Vernon, who's striving to get to that upper echelon of the Big Eight, in the words of Tom Cox, he was interviewed earlier in the year, he doesn't know if they are the best of the worst or the worst of the best in the Big Eight, but he wants to move up into that upper echelon. So this is a big, big game for the Mountaineers too.
It really is, and I think this is, the third year that Coach Cox has been back here. He had a lot of success many years ago here as a coach and sort of came back 3 years ago now to try to revive the program. And we know from experience he's a very fine coach and a very knowledgeable coach, and he does have this program trending back up at least. Tonight may be an important barometer for them to see just how much they're trending up. If they can handle the Cubs, that would move them into the best of the worst.
Yes, yes, exactly. And one thing, and I worked with Tom as a broadcaster for a while. He broadcast with me for 2 or 3 years, and I learned lots. And one thing I learned about Mr. Cox, you just never knew what he was going to come up with next. So, and he's like that as a coach too. A lot of wrinkles in that offense, and a very, very good coach. It's the Cubs and the Mountaineers live from Mount Vernon High School. The Home Shield Pest Control kickoff is just minutes away. When we return, Leonard and I will review week number 2 in the Big 8 Conference, and we'll take a closer look at tonight's matchups. Stay tuned for more of the pregame after this timeout. You're listening to the Monett Cubs and Big 8 Conference football live on KKBL and the Talon Sports Network.
Steel owners don't need to worry about precision piston engineering, high-tech polymer housing, or advanced car systems. At Steel, we've already thought of that, so our customers can just start their equipment, head to work. See dealer for details.
Stop. Coast to Coast, your locally authorized Steel dealer, 500 South Kyler in Monett, and your complete line of Steel chainsaws, blowers, and trimmers. Steel is the #1 selling brand of powered handheld outdoor power equipment in Coast to Coast in Monett and Steel. No worries, just solutions.
You're welcome at Bruner Pharmacy. For 3 generations, nearly 40 years, Bruner Pharmacy family has lived, worked, and supported the fine Monett community that they call home. Bruner Pharmacy is a full-line pharmacy and Park Gold Crown Gift Center, where great things and gift ideas are added continually. Now you can log on to their new website, BrunerPharmacy.com, to place your order and view their partial listing of prescription plans available. They offer free delivery in the city limits, compounding services, Spanish-speaking staff, and accept all insurance plans, all with friendly service. Bruner Pharmacy, your Hallmark Gold Crown gift store. Upgrades to meet your every pharmaceutical gift-giving need at 321 Broadway in Monett. Whether you're a seasoned athlete, weekend warrior, or just need help resuming activity, the experts at Cox Monett Health, as the exclusive sports providers for the Monett Cubs, Aurora Dogs, and Mount Vernon Mountaineers, our athletic trainers are the team behind the team. Teach injury prevention, assess and treat athletes, and provide nutrition counseling
conditioning and training. For more information, call 236-2480. Experts, friends, neighbors.
Huffmaster Insurance Agents in Monett is an independent agent, which means we have the resource to shop around and find the type of insurance that is best for your needs and your. We hear a lot of messages thrown at us every day about how much money you can save by signing up with an amphibian. Do you really want to trust your family assets with a cute little lizard? Call Huffmaster Agency 472-335-555. We are located at 811 7th Street, Missouri. We are customer friendly and lizard free.
This is David from Monett Rental, and you're listening to the Monett Cup Sports on 95.9 KKL The Buzz. This live broadcast of high school, the Talent Sports Network, is brought to you in part by Sportscaster Club members. The Berry County Department. Whether you need your well water tested or about flu shots, check with the Berry County Health Department with offices in Monett and Cassville. The Cassville office at 847-2115 or the Monett office at 354-402 for more information. Think of Southern Missouri with locations in Cassville, Willard, Shellknob, and Golden to serve. Visit them online at freedombk.com or FDIC Equal Housing Lender. When your belly is raging for something Cajun or hand-cut steak or some great Italian food like spaghetti and meatballs, head on over to the Bayou Restaurant, Highway 60 in Monett. Phil Davidson, State Farm Insurance Agent in Vernon. For life, auto, or health, call Davidson 466-7661.
It seems with Giant faithless when he's taking control of most banking to have a local bank that's truly the hometown bank for hometown people, with all the stability and strength of large holding companies, small enough to understand your banking needs. Coffee pot's always on at First State Bank. Want you to know you're always welcome. Purdy, Monett, your city. State Bank, the home bank for hometown people.
Hi, this is Larry Minning, President of First State Bank of Purdy. We invite you to come by.
Ladies and gentlemen, do us a favor to help keep our facility injury-free. Make sure your youngsters succeed in the
Benji Finsky and Leonard Bauer back with you from Mount Vernon High School. 21 minutes away from tonight's opening kickoff. Time for us to look at the Big 8 Conference from week number 2. And some interesting contest. A week ago, Leonard, Aurora, continuing their brutal stretch to start the season, took on Mountain View Liberty. And Mountain View came away with a 49-7 victory. And not a big surprise in that one.
I would guess that Aurora probably has the hardest schedule for the first 3 games of just about any team in the state of Missouri. All 3 of them are state-ranked and really high-quality teams, so the Hound Dogs have really been tested early. And no surprise there particularly because Mountain View Liberty is really a quality team and probably the second-best Class II team in the state of Missouri after Lamar.
Now, what might be classified as surprise by many, Cassville at home against Reed Springs, 27-6. Not the fact that the Wildcats won the game, but they really put it to Reed Springs, winning by 3 touchdowns.
That was the score that shocked me the most last week. The first week it was Carl Junction, Webb City. Last week it was Cassville, not only defeating a very good Reed Spring team, at least they've been very good and they're highly rated again this year, but handling them by 3 touchdowns, 27-6. So after Cassville had taken it on the chin from Lamar the first game of the year, they rebounded extremely well last week and handed it to Reed Spring.
Lamar over East Newton, and no surprise there, 55-0 the final in that one. It was 48-0 at halftime, and I read the stats that you gave me before we went on the air tonight. Lamar ran 13 offensive plays in the first half, and they scored 7 touchdowns.
Absolutely amazing, but that is reflective of just the total domination that Lamar, their talent is so much greater than East Newton's that that's what happens.
That's
but
right.
It's unbelievable.
They got off to a big early lead and rolled in that one. McDonald County traveled to Marshfield. It was the Blue Jays 28-6 over McDonald County. Monett at Rogersville was all Cubs 49-0. And the game here at Mount Vernon, 24-17. I believe Mount Vernon scored with about 90 seconds left in that one to pull out the victory. And then Osage, a very good team, traveling to Seneca. They defeated the Indians 35-19 in what appears, at least on the scoreboard, to be a competitive game.
Right. And we have to remember this Mount Vernon game of last week. The way they won that game by coming back late had to give them a tremendous amount of momentum coming into this game, and the Cubs may have to try to stifle that momentum early in the game. If the Cubs can score early or hold the Mountaineers to little yardage early and sort of take that momentum away, because the Mountaineers ended last week on a very high note. And Seneca, we're not sure about them yet. They handled Nevada in the first game, got handled somewhat by Osage, but Osage is a playoff team from a couple years ago, we know, because the Cubs played them in the playoffs.
That's right.
So I think Seneca is still an unknown quantity. I believe they play McDonald County tonight, do they not?
I believe you're right. The
And
schedule tonight is Seneca at McDonald County.
If they handle McDonald County handily, then that will, I think, speak highly of them.
Tonight's schedule, Aurora at Lamar, East Newton at Cassville, Monett here at Mount Vernon, and Seneca at McDonald County. And in tonight's matchup, two really good offenses, as Mount Vernon comes in averaging 29 points per game, Monett averaging 41.5 points per game. The difference, however, is on the defensive side of the ball. Monett giving up only 3 points per game, and Mount Vernon giving up 32 points per game through the first two games of the season.
It's interesting to compare the running defense of the two teams. The Cubs have allowed -4 yards rushing in 2 games, and Mount Vernon has given up 935 yards rushing in 2 games. So unbelievable disparity there. You would think that the Cubs would probably be able to run on the Mountaineers at will, but the Cubs like to throw the ball some too. The Cubs last week showed a balanced offense with both passing and running.
But they say sometimes the best defense is a good offense, too. And if the Cubs keep the ball away from the Mountaineers, they may stand a better chance of slowing down that passing attack.
That's true.
The Mount Vernon High School Marching Band is on the field just moments away from the national anthem. We'll slip away and hear from some of our sponsors. We'll be back with more of the pregame after this timeout.
Who that Monett? That's selling seafood like catfish, shrimp, oysters.
I don't know. Who that?
Who that Monett? Two New Orleans po' boys and muffalata. Who that Monett? The hand-cut half-pound burgers, cooked to order. I don't know who that. Hey, this is Darren at the restaurant in Monett. Come see why the has all the favorites that you like, including kids menu too. We also have a box sports bar and a private bank or party room for your availability. To the Bayou in Monett at 864-360 or call 235-800. Hey, and while I got your attention, the restaurant in Monett is also a proud sponsor of a show on KKBL Radio 95.9 FM every night called Midnight Metal Madness. It's a hard rock and good timeless metal. You'll enjoy it. It comes on every Saturday night on 95.9 KKBL. And an encore show for you people who can't play it anymore, it comes on Sunday 2 p.m. So listen to Midnight Metal, that's sponsored by the Bayou Restaurant on 9.9 KKBL.
More than 12.4 million children in the U.S. are at risk of hunger every day. At Tyson Foods, our team members across the country fight against hunger and raise money for hunger relief in their own communities. Since 2000, we have donated 68 million pounds of protein to fight hunger, but it doesn't begin to address what's out there. Please join us by becoming involved in hunger relief in our own community. And together, we can feed those in need. Tyson Foods is a proud sponsor of Monett Athletics.
For all things Monett Cubs, tune KKBL 95.9 The Buzz.
IMEC is a manufacturer of sheet metal fabrication and machine parts manufacturers. Established in 1962, IMEC has found that a commitment to investing in people and equipment has enabled growth and added services to customers. Skilled employees, modern dedication to meeting customer needs and expectations, ensure quality while providing a round of required components. Located at 1716th 9th Street, Monett is a proud supporter of the Monett Cup.
What happened to paying one price and getting everything included? You buy an airline ticket and extra to bring a change of clothes, book a room, and you're shelling out for Wi-Fi and priced bottled water. Really? Imagine my delight when I found out roadside is now included with my shelter insurance policy. So if I get a flat tire or need it, I just call and they take care of me. There's no cost, but some restrictions apply.
Brought to you by Shelter Insurance. See Andy Brandt for a free insurance.
Fiber Foods Incorporated is the world's largest privately held cheese processing company. Fiber is the largest private label cheese supplier in the retail market and the largest food cheese supplier. Customer loyalty, long-term job security depend on being the best at what you do. Try being a member of the Monett community to their continued involvement in to come.
Just a reminder that the Talon Sports Network covers 3 area high school football teams each and every Friday night. The Monett Cubs are right here on 95.9 FM. The Cassville Wildcats can be heard on 97.7 FM, and the Aurora Hound Dogs are on AM 940. Be sure to catch Big 8 Conference football on the Talon Sports Network each and every week of the 2016 season. This game also being brought to you in part by Sports World. For in-stock area team logo clothing and Letterman jackets, or for screen printing and embroidery on shirts, caps, uniforms, and more, call 847-5366 or stop by 709 Main Street on the Square in Cassville. This game also brought to you in part by Quick Draw Gun in Monett, the place to buy, sell, or trade firearms of all types. Open evenings and Saturdays to meet customers' needs with a great selection of new and used firearms. Quick Draw Gun is right off Highway 60 in Monett at 601 South Kyler, or you can visit them online at quickdrawgun.com. Leonard coming into tonight, 2 teams perfect on the season in the Big 8 Conference. Lamar and Monett both 2-0. The only difference is Lamar 2-0 in conference play. This is the first conference game for the Cubs. Then you have Mount Vernon and Seneca at 1-1. Aurora, McDonald County, and East Newton all 0-2, and of course the Cassville Wildcats 1-1 following their victory over Reed Springs. So tonight, if I'm not mistaken, 5 of the Big 8 teams are playing their first conference game, so it's always important to get off to a good start in conference race.
It is that. Any contest is easier if you develop momentum at the beginning and get off to a good start, and of course Lamar has done that. Seneca and Cassville are both have a conference loss, but Cassville's, of course, to Lamar. Does Seneca have a conference loss?
Seneca does not.
According to this, I'm looking at the Monett Times, and it says Seneca has a conference loss. Then it dawned on me they haven't played a conference game yet. So I guess East Newton and Cassville are the only 2 with losses.
Correct.
Lamar has 2 victories, and you have to assume that Lamar is head and shoulders above the rest of the conference. But after that, anything could happen. Any scenario could play out there. Any team could be number 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6.
That's right.
And so tonight is going to be the first step in sorting all of that out as the Cubs take on the Mountaineers here in this first Big 8 conference contest for both teams.
Monett has victories over California 34-6, Rogersville 49-0. For Mount Vernon this year, Week 1 at Reed Springs, they were defeated 47-34, and then came back with that 24-17. And as we said, Mount Vernon scoring 29 points per game, and they do it primarily through the air. And for Monett tonight, I guess a key would be good pressure on the quarterback, and then obviously the defensive backs need to have a standout game as well, but a lot of that starts up front by getting after the quarterback.
It really does. So far the Cubs have been very successful at getting through the offensive line and getting to the quarterback to either not to sack him all the time, but to hurry him a lot of times. to force him to throw the ball. As you pointed out, Mount Vernon has passed for 772 yards in 2 games. That's a very impressive yardage stat or accomplishment that they have through the air. And the Cubs, on the other hand, it would seem that they haven't played 2 teams that are very good at passing, but I think California is going to have a good passing attack before the year is over.
Oh, and I think so,
and
too.
I think Logan-Rogersville, too, and yet the Cubs have held both of those to under 100 yards in total offense. So the Cubs' pass defense has been very good, as well as their running defense.
Yeah, I've taken a look at some of the defensive stats for Monett, and they're led, as far as the leading tackler, is Aaron Howard with 19 tackles already in the first 2 games. But you also have Coy Butterworth that's in double figures. Mason Swearingen has 12 tackles. Patrick Valentine with 10. And Angel Villota has 11 plus 4.5 of those are for loss.
Mm-hmm.
So I take a look at these total stats, and in 2 games, the Cubs have 21 tackles for loss and 7 sacks, all of those coming in that first week against California. But they have dominated the line of scrimmage, and that's where it all starts, and it will again tonight. The one thing that the Cubs have going for them is that consistent defense on the offensive side. Week 1, they ran the ball well. Week 2, they passed the ball well. But in both weeks, they were plagued with penalties.
Right. That's one of the areas that the Cubs have to improve and have to clean up before, late season games that are very important. And this is the time to get those things corrected. But other than the penalties, Cubs have not turned the ball over a whole lot, which is good, and we hope they continue that. Those are the 2 attributes of a successful team. Don't turn the ball over. Don't give the other team free yardage. And Cubs have been, lacking in the penalty department, pretty good in the turnover department, but there's room for improvement in both of those areas.
Absolutely, and we'll see if they can come through with an improved effort here tonight in those 2 areas. We're still about 6.5 minutes away from tonight's opening kickoff. We're going to slip away, and when we return, we'll take a look at some of tonight's starters, and we'll be set for the Home Shield Pest Control kickoff after this timeout.
Teenagers, everyone wanted to go Jeepin', and then you became an adult, you forgot about having fun? Come on, Springfield. I know you better than that. If it's been a while since you smiled, come test drive a new Jeep at Youngblood. Right now, prices are at their lowest to get you in a Jeep. The summer clearance event at Youngblood Chrysler Jeep. Come ask for Gentry specials this August.
SAP, the world leader in aluminum solutions. They are a lighter future through a global reach and local presence within extrusions, building systems, and tubing. Indefinitely recyclable and sustainable, aluminum is the perfect answer for industry. SAP places great importance on a safe working environment and adhering to core values. SAP employees have a drive for success and a desire to serve their and community. For employment opportunities, see them at 808 County Road or call 41235-7841. That plant has been providing innovative aluminum solutions since 1965.
Do you have a big outdoor project that you think you can't do yourself? Project you don't have the right tools to for? Well, before you hire this job, check with Monett Rental and Sales. They've got tons of tools for rent and a knowledgeable staff ready to answer questions and show you how to safely operate every tool you rent. Rent from Monett Rental and Sales. Get your projects done affordably and right. Whether it's a paper saw to cut that new patio brick, a steer loader to help you move heavy loads, a nail gun, and post auger, you build that deck you've been dreaming of. Renting helps you do a professional job, paying the pro prices. Visit at Monett Rental and Sales, 3 miles of Monett on Business 60. Call 236-0300. And remember, when it comes to your project, renting's the smart way to get things done.
If it's no joke, don't make it easy complicated when all you have to do is pick up the phone Give Monett Glass a Mirror a call at 412-235-6018. That broken window to custom shower doors, that pesky crack in your car window that got bigger, Monett Glass and Mirror can help. So don't wait. Give Jeff and the guys a call at 170. If it shatters at 1600 Wellington Avenue in Monett, log on to Monett Glass 417-235-6018.
Just a reminder that you're listening to Monett Cubs football on KKBL 95.9 FM in Monett. You can catch live streaming video of tonight's action on MonettWebTV.com. Web TV coverage brought to you in part by Country Dodge, South Highway 37 in Cassville, Missouri. Call 847-2137 or visit them online at GoCountryDodge.com. That's GoCountryDodge.com. We're still about 3 minutes away from tonight's kickoff. The captain's heading to midfield to conduct the toss, and captain's talking it over with the officials as we look on. A big crowd here at Mount Vernon. The stands here to the west filling up, and as we look across, a good contingency coming up from Berry County and Monett on the far sideline as well as we approach kickoff. I'll do a quick weather report. It says that we're at 76 degrees, mostly sunny, and I would agree with that. Humidity is at 48%, and wind is out of the northeast at 9 miles per hour. It seemed like it's gusting up here on the hill just a little bit more than that, but we've been lucky for the first 3 weeks, Leonard. A beautiful night for football here.
Tonight may be the best of all. By the way, the Cub captains are Michael Branch, Brody Crawford, Brian Parra-Navarro, and Alex Turner tonight. Those are the 4 Cub captains.
And they're standing at the 50 along with the Mount Vernon captains as the coin toss will be taking place momentarily. Beautiful evening for football as we prepare to open the Big 8 Conference season here for both of these teams.
Benji, the wind is strong enough that it is going to affect the passing and the kicking game, definitely.
I believe you're right. It's, coming pretty good out of the east, maybe a little bit out of the northeast. And, it could coming across the field. It's actually blowing towards our press box. It'll be into our face here as the captains now move after the toss. The Cubs won the toss. They deferred to the second half, so Mount Vernon will receive the ball, and they will defend the south goal. So they'll be going into that breeze that's coming out of the northeast. And we're just minutes away from Big 8 Conference football here tonight. Just a reminder that during selected games this season, KKBL and the Talon Sports Network sponsor special giveaways. In fact, tonight we are offering 2 giveaways. I'll try to remember to do one in the first half, and I'll try to remember to do one in the second half, but you'll need to stay tuned to hear the special catchphrase to claim these great prizes later in the broadcast. And please remember that individuals are limited to 1 prize per season. Mount Vernon onto the field. They're in the green and actually gray jerseys tonight. They have green pants with gray jerseys, green numerals. Monett in the traveling white jerseys with gold pants and the traditional M on the side of the purple helmet. The Cubs will be kicking away, going left to right as we look on, and Mount Vernon will have it first, and they'll feature their senior quarterback, Garrett Hadlock, as he likes to throw it around the lot, and his favorite receivers is Jarrett Massey and Chance Fenton. Those 2 guys not very big, but excellent receivers.
Benji, I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to predict that Cameron Cody will put this kickoff into the end zone.
With a breeze?
Yes.
Working behind him?
He can do it without a breeze, and he's got a breeze helping him. So I unless he mishits, this kickoff will go into the end zone, I predict.
Well, we are ready for action here as he approaches the ball. The kick away is a low line drive kick that skips to the 5, dropped there, picked up at the 3, the return up the middle to the 15, to the 20, to the 25, and out across the 30. A nice return for the Mountaineers And they'll have it 1st and 10 at their own 33.
The Mountaineer receiver fumbled the ball around a little bit, causing the Monett coverage to break down and leave their zones a little bit. And when the Mount Vernon returner got to the outside, he had quite a bit of running room. So what looked like it might have been a kickoff stopped inside the 20 is returned to the 33, 1st and 10 for the Mountaineers.
And here comes Mount Vernon with 4 wide receivers in the formation. Quarterback flips it out to the near side. It's caught, but immediately hit. And good coverage there by the Monett Cubs.
Brian Para Navarro did a great job of fighting off the blocker and taking on the ball carrier. Completed pass, but a net yardage loss of 5 yards.
That was Jarrett Massey that made the catch, but as you said, he lost 5 yards, brings up 2nd down and 15. Here's a pass far side, low but caught there, and a good effort. A ball comes loose late. And we see if the Cubs come up with a turnover. We wait for a signal. It's on the far sideline. And the Cubs will have it.
The tackle was made by Mason Swearingen. I couldn't see who recovered for the Cubs, but it is recovered by the Cubs sideline. And the Cubs are going to take over with excellent field position. 1st and 10. They haven't moved the stakes.
Looks like at the 35-yard line, Leonard, as they have the ball setting right on the 35. That was a gain of 7, and the turnover gives it. It was Jarrett Massey, I believe, that had the reception and the fumble near the far sideline, and the only question was whether or not the Cubs got to it before it went out of bounds.
The officials decided that they did.
1st and 10 Cubs from the Mountaineer 35. Michael Branch, the lone tailback, and he'll get the carry, and he's wrapped up before he gets back to the line of scrimmage. That's going to bring up 2nd down and 11.
Big number 79, Caden Heisner, a 190-pound junior defensive end, got to Michael and stopped him for a 1-yard loss. 2nd and 11 for the Cubs.
Ball resting outside the 35 now. Monett breaks huddle, sends one wide receiver wide to the left. Single back is Michael Branch, a couple of wing backs. Turner now resets to the left side as the tight end. Here comes Swearingen running left side. He's across the 35 and dives down near the 30. Looks like he'll pick up about 5 yards on the play, and it'll bring up 3rd down and 6.
Good blocking out on the perimeter by the Cubs that time. They gave him just 4. I thought he had 5 also, but they gave him 4. It's going to bring up 3rd down and 6 yards for the Cubs.
From the 31-yard line, again, the Cubs feature one wide receiver. Michael Branch is the tailback, and it'll be Branch running right side. He's tripped up as he gets to the line of scrimmage, falls forward for a gain of a yard. It's going to bring up 4th down and 5.
Number 6, Sammy Robinson caught Michael from behind. Mount Vernon is getting a lot of penetration through that Cubs offensive front and getting to Michael before he can get to the line of scrimmage. A gain of 1 on the play, 4th and 5 for the Cubs.
4th down and 5. The Cubs need to get to the 25. They'll keep the offensive unit on the field. Branch is the tailback. Meyer the quarterback. Meyer back to pass, rolls right. Still with it, fires, has a man open, and a sliding catch at the 18-yard line.
I believe that was Mason Swearingen with the catch, and it is going to be enough for 1st and 10 for the Cubs. That was a big play. If the Mountaineers had stopped the Cubs there and taken over on 4th down, it would really have given them some momentum. So big play by the Cubs, picking up the 4th down conversion. It's going to be 1st and 10 from about the 17, it looks like, the Mountaineers' 17-yard line.
Cubs come out in the shotgun this time. Meyer takes the snap, throws right side, has Swearingen to the 15, to the 10, spins down near the 6, and that may be enough for another Cub 1st down.
Pushed out of bounds there by Ethan Johnston, but good gain on the play, and the officials are eyeing it, and they decided it is a 1st and 10, 1st and goal now for the Cubs from the Mountaineers' 7-yard line.
Nothing fancy there, just a quick hitter to the right side. Swearingen did the rest, and he sets the Cubs up inside the 10-yard line. 8:54 left here in a scoreless first quarter, but the Cubs knocking on the door. Meyer works under center. He turns and gives to Branch running left, hitting a backfield, breaks a tackle, dives forward. Touchdown! Monett Cubs, Michael Branch from 7 yards out, and he gives the Cubs an early lead.
Michael Branch was hit by number 6, Sammy Robinson, at the 3-yard line, but Michael just slid off of him and sidestepped into the end zone for a 7-yard touchdown run.
8:38 left here in the first quarter. Cubs lead at 6-0. PAT upcoming. Snap back, ball down, the kick up. It's high enough, it's long enough, and it is good. That Monett touchdown brought to you by the law offices of Randall, Mastery, and Randall. If you need an extra pointer or two from a trusted lawyer, call Randall, Mastery, and Randall at 235-8688, serving the Lawrence, Berry, and Stone County regions. The upcoming kickoff, sponsored by Home Shield Pest Control. With over 20 years of industry experience, Home Shield Pest Control can tackle any unwanted insect or pest with an affordable, safe, and effective method. Be sure to call Daniel Vineyard today at 772-4177. We owe you a station ID. Just a reminder that you're listening to Monett Cubs football on KKBL 95.9 FM in Monett. You can also listen to live streaming audio of tonight's broadcast at radiotalon.com. So, Leonard, the Cubs off to a good start. They got a turnover and cashed it in, and that's what you want to do on the road, get off to a good start.
We talked about the importance of that before the game to sort of stop the momentum Mount Vernon had from last week's late rally and to get some momentum of their own, and the turnover did that for the Cubs. The 4th down play was really big.
Kickoff, high end-over-end kick that comes down to the 1-yard line. Return up the middle now to the near sideline, to the 15, to the 20, to the 25, and finally across the 30. Another nice return by the Mountaineers. That was Andrew Montemayor. He made a couple of nice moves to give the Mountaineers some good field position.
It was a good return again by the Mountaineers. Patrick Valentine finally made the tackle at the 30-yard line. So the Mountaineers will put the ball in play for their second series from their own 30.
Mountaineers onto the field. They'll send Massey wide to the right to the near sideline. Fenton. He's joined by Montemayor over here to the slot. The quarterback is Garrett Hadlock. Hadlock takes the snap. He'll give on a dive play to his fullback up the middle. Good hard run out to about the 35-yard line.
He was actually tripped up by Alex Turner. Alex got an ankle and caused him to fall forward. But a positive play for the Mountaineers. A gain on the play of 4 yards brings up 2nd and 6.
That was Sammy Robinson with his first carry of the night. He's the lone back beside the quarterback, Garrett Hadlock. Hadlock out of the shotgun, brings motion in front of him. He'll hand to Robinson again, sidesteps a tackler and surges forward to about the 39-yard line. That'll be a gain of nearly 5 yards, brings up 3rd down and short.
Coy Butterworth and Patrick Valentine on the stop for the Cubs. Once again, a good-looking running play by the Mountaineers. It's going to bring up 3rd and 1 from their own 39-yard line.
Mount Vernon features a number of formations, so we'll do our best to keep names and numbers going here. This time they'll come out with 2 backs behind the quarterback, Hadlock. Now a power I formation. Hadlock will keep it himself as there was a mix-up in the backfield, but with some second effort, it looks like he'll be very close for the 1st down.
Michael Branch on the stop for the Cubs, but the gain is sufficient for a first for the Mountaineers. It's going to be 1st and 10 now from their own 41.
Needed a yard, picked up 2. Mount Vernon has their first down of the night. 7:11 left here, first quarter action. Monett leads it 7-0. Hadlock will work out of the shotgun again. Has 3 receivers out on this pattern. Looks right, fires right, has a man open, and it is incomplete. As the receiver, Massey, unable to bring it in. He was open, Leonard, but was unable to keep it in his mitts.
Mason Swearingen was there to hit him, but well after he had dropped the ball, Benji, I wonder if the sun had something to do with that. That receiver was looking directly into the sun, and I'll bet it did.
As the sun sets behind us to the west, he was looking back for the ball, and you're right, he's in that sun patch over there, and he was unable to bring it down. Second down and 10, the ball at the 41-yard line. Hadlock out of the shotgun formation. Takes a late snap, now rolls right under pressure, still on his feet, is hit and falls forward for a gain of maybe a yard, and that's going to bring up third down and long.
Finally brought down there by Coy Butterworth. Gain of, call it 1 on the play, third and 9 for the Mountaineers.
He was actually knocked forward that time. He was being chased by some interior linemen, and they finally caught up to him after a short gain. Third down for the Mountaineers as they have it near their 42-yard line. Hadlock out of the shotgun, back to pass, setting up a screen, hits Robinson. He comes to the near sideline and is knocked out of bounds near midfield, and it looks like he'll be a yard, maybe a yard and a half short of the first down.
Brody Crawford applying the knockout there, knocking him out of bounds. But a good gain by the Mountaineers. It's going to bring up fourth and about 2, a short 2, about 1.5 yards to go. And we'll see if the Mountaineers decide to gamble here or punt the football. Looks like they're going to go for it.
They keep the offense on the field here. Hadlock will work out of the shotgun. Working on a long count here.
They may be trying to get the Cubs to jump.
Here's the snap. They give it to Robinson, and he's hitting the backfield, and down he goes. The Cubs defense holds again and gives it back to the offense.
Coy Butterworth and Angel Villalta were there and stopped any kind of forward progress. So the ball goes over to the Cubs from the Mount Vernon 41. That was a strange spot from where they spotted it.
Actually, the 46.
46.
They lost about 2.5 yards.
Okay, that's right. 46.
I tell you what, that's the danger of trying to go short yardage out of the shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
And that time, the play blown up by the defense. The Cubs have it at the 46. First and 10, their second possession of the game. Meyer under center turns, gives to Branch to the 45. Down near the 40 as he struggles to the sideline. Good hard run from Michael again as he picks up 5 yards on the first down carry.
Knocked out of bounds there by number 33, Destin Hearn. Michael refused to go down, but he did get knocked out of bounds. A gain of 5 on the play, 2nd and 5 for the Cubs. And once again, the Cubs on their second possession have started in Mountaineer territory.
And that's been a story all season long.
It really has. The Cubs have enjoyed great field position so far this season.
Monett with 2 receivers wide to the left. Power I formation behind the quarterback, Meyer. Meyer loses the snap, and the Mountaineers believe they've recovered the ball.
I can't believe there was no flag on that play.
Yeah, there's no flag, and there is a turnover as the quarterback and center are unable to get together on that one, and the Mountaineers come up with the fumble recovery.
It appeared that the Mountaineers jumped, and I was waiting for the flag, and it didn't happen. And then there was a bad exchange. The Mountaineers recover the fumble, turnover by the Cubs. Mountaineers take over now again at their 41-yard line.
Official timeout on the field. We'll take one as well. 6:08 left, first quarter action. Monett leads it 7-0. Back with more of first quarter action after this.
As teenagers, everyone wanted to go Jeepin', and then you became an adult, you forgot about having fun? Come on, Springfield. I know you better than that. If it's been a while since you smiled, come test drive a new Jeep at Youngblood. Right now, prices are at their lowest to get you in a Jeep. The summer clearance event at Youngblood Chrysler Jeep. Come ask for Gentry specials this August.
WebTV.com. Web TV coverage brought to you in part by Country Dodge, South Highway 37 in Cassville. Call 847-2137 or visit them online at GoCountryDodge.com. So after the turnover, Mount Vernon has it 1st and 10 from their own 41. They come out with 4 receivers. Hadlock on a lateral gets it to Robinson to the right side, and he's banged down after a short gain there. That a backwards pass, so we'll call that a rush of about 1 yard.
Looked like there was going to be some open space there for Hadlock, but Mason Swearingen closed it up in a hurry and made a fine tackle, a gain of 1, 2nd and 9.
Movement up front, and a flag comes out as Mount Vernon goes hurry up, and it looks like this will be offside against the Monett Cubs, and that'll give the Mountaineers a free 5 yards.
That is the call, encroachment or offsides against the Cubs. I sure thought I saw that against the Mountaineers earlier when it wasn't called, but this time they caught it.
I'll bring up 2nd down and about 4 to go now after the penalty. As the ball rests at the Mountaineers' 47. .543 left here, first quarter action. Monett leads it 7-0. As the quarterback Garrett Hadlock comes to the sideline to talk it over to with his coaching staff. Now, still trying to get the play in. The play clock continues to roll here, so Hadlock will need to get in a hurry here. Play clock under 5 seconds now. Takes a snap, back to pass, looking near side, firing deep near side, and it is incomplete as it goes out of bounds. Even if he would have caught that, Leonard, it would have been incomplete as the ball took him to the sideline.
Right. The ball was out of bounds, and Mason Swearingen was there to hit him, even though it was out of bounds, and the crowd is complaining, but Mason wasn't watching the sideline. He was watching the receiver and trying to hit him as soon as the ball got to him.
Yeah, the last thing he was looking at was the ground. Right. He's looking at the receiver and the ball.
And wanting to hit him to try to jar the ball loose, but it was out of bounds. So
3rd down and 4 for the Mountaineers. They come out with 4 receivers and a lone back. The quarterback Hadlock out of the shotgun, takes the snap, gives on a draw play to Robinson. He'll have the 1st down and more as he's down to the Cub 40-yard line.
Cubs went to sleep there and didn't cover all of the lanes, and Mount Vernon ran the draw, ran through it, a big play. Brian Paranavarro made a good tackle finally at the Cub 40-yard line, but the Mountaineers have a drive going. 1st and 10 from the Cubs 40.
Hadlock works out of the shotgun. Robinson is his only running back behind him. Here's a give to Robinson and a mix-up in the backfield. And Robinson did a great job getting back to the line of scrimmage, but it'll bring up 2nd down and long.
Patrick Valentine and Angel Villalta on the stop for the Cubs. No gain on the play. In fact, a loss of a half a yard. We'll call it a loss of 1, 2nd and 11.
Robinson now with 20 yards on 6 carries. Mountaineers face 2nd down and 11. Snap back to Hadlock. He'll roll left. He'll throw left. Has a man out there. Caught and knocked down at the 33-yard line after a gain of about 9 yards.
Jed Anderson on the tackle for the Cubs. It's going to bring up 3rd down and about 2.5. Shall we call it 3?
We'll call it 3.
Call it 3 for the Mountaineers. This is a short 3.
Montemayor with the catch. He picked up 8 yards on the play. 3rd down and 3 from the Cubs' 33-yard line. Snap back to Hadlock. He'll look right. He'll fire over the middle. It's caught to the 20, to the 15, and down inside the 10-yard line.
Strongly brought down by Brody Crawford and Mason Swearingen. Benji, that play looked a whole lot like the one that California scored on against the Cubs. Over the slant over the middle, and he split the defenders and almost got in for the touchdown. It's going to be 1st and goal. 1st and goal for the Mountaineers from the 6.
That was Jarrett Massey with a nice catch. 1st and goal, Mountaineers. Hadlock back to pass, throws deep right corner, and it is caught, but out of bounds as he was unable to get a foot down in the back corner of the end zone. A nice throw and a great catch, but
beautiful
just
throw
out of
and
bounds.
A good catch, but he was in the air, and when he came down, he landed out of bounds and not inbounds.
Stops the clock with 3:43 left, and it'll bring up second down and goal from, well, just outside the 6. So second and goal from the 6. Hadlock will work out of the shotgun. Gets the snap. Looks left, now scrambling. Hit, still on his feet, but spins down for a short gain. They might give him progress inside the 6-yard line. It's going to bring up third down and goal.
First hit by Patrick Valentine, but he spun away from that tackle. Finally put down by Coy Butterworth. No gain on the play. It's still third and goal from the 6.
Working on a long count now. Hadlock looks to the sideline to get his play called in. As the play clock inside 5 seconds now. And now a whistle and a stop in action here as the Mountaineers burn a timeout as the play clock just about expired. We'll keep it right here. 2:59 left here in the first quarter. Monett leads it 7-0, but Mount Vernon knocking on the door. And Leonard, it's easy to see how Mount Vernon's passing attack has racked up over 700 yards. They've got some skilled players.
They do have skilled players, and they're for the most part, they're throwing short, quick passes that the Cubs' defensive rush has not been able to affect, to a great extent so far. I was puzzled there why Mount Vernon seemed to be letting the play clock run down before they called timeout. And I'm not sure why they wanted to do that. Maybe they want to use up more of this quarter where they're going into the wind so that they can get into the next quarter where they'll have the wind more at their back.
Well, and they wait to see Monett's defensive lineup before they waggle the play in from the sideline. Mm-hmm. And I think sometimes, you might ask Coach Cox this. I just don't think he knew what he wanted there and wanted a little extra time to talk it over with his offensive unit here on a key play, third down and goal from the 6. Mountaineers back onto the field on third down. Hadlock will work out of the shotgun formation. Takes the snap. He'll roll right. Still with it under pressure. He's hit. The pass thrown up in the air. It's up for grabs. And it is incomplete on the far sideline. And this is going to be a horse collar, I bet, on the Cubs. A flag is thrown. And that's a personal foul against the Monett Cubs.
And that's a horrible call. He grabbed his jersey. He tackled him by his jersey and pulled him backwards. That's not a horse collar.
Yeah, and that flag's resting.
Angel Villalta got to him, and I thought he was going to sack him, but the quarterback got the ball off just as Angel was pulling him down, but he pulled him down by his jersey. Not by the top of the jersey, but by the middle of the jersey and back, and that's not a horse collar.
Well, it's going to be a 3-yard penalty nonetheless, half the distance to the goal. And a first and goal as it's an automatic first down. No, actually, the down remains third,
yes,
Leonard. It remains
down.
Third down and goal from the 3. Here's Hadlock back to pass. He's under pressure, throws over the middle. It's caught, but the defense swarms the tight end that time. Actually, Massey coming across the middle, and he's knocked down short of the touchdown.
Number 89, Brennan Kruger on the stop for the Cubs, so it's going to bring up fourth down and still about 3 yards. They really didn't give him any gain on the play.
They did not. That play took a long time to develop. And now it looks like the Mountaineers may send on their field goal unit, and they're going to need to hurry as the play clock's inside 10 seconds here, as they're going to attempt a field goal. Jaden Buttram on to attempt a 20-yard kick. Snap back, ball down, and we have a stop in action here. I don't know if the play clock ran out and it's a delay.
Well, the Cubs were moving when the ball was snapped, so I'm don't know for sure what's happening, but I think it's a penalty against the Cubs.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
Offside, and that'll be half the distance to the goal. So it'll be a penalty of one, maybe 2?
1.5 yards.
1.5, so I'll say a penalty of 1. But now that gives Mount Vernon an opportunity to bring their offense back out on the field, and they're going to go for it on 4th and goal from the 2, just inside the 2-yard line. Haddock will work out of the shotgun with Robinson behind him. He'll hand to the fullback running near side. He dives into the end zone for the touchdown. That's Will Boswell that scores from 2 yards out. Touchdown, Mountaineers.
What a crucial mistake by the Cubs in jumping off sides on that field goal attempt.
Boswell scores with 2:03 left here in the first quarter. And now the Mountaineers with Jaden Buttram can tie it with a successful PAT. Movement once again, Leonard. Movement on the defensive front. And a flag comes out. Offside against the Cubs. Might see the offense come back on. Yep, here they come. That's going to be another yard penalty, yard and a half.
That's the kind of mistake that's inexcusable. The player's to look at the football. If the football doesn't move, he's not to move.
And now the offense back out on the field. They'll come out with 2 backs, Boswell and Robinson, and 3 receivers. Quarterback Hadlock will work out of the shotgun. Snap back. He'll hand to Robinson running right, and he's swarmed under. The Cubs defense shut the door that time, and the PAT is no good. So with 2:03 left, first quarter action, Monett's lead remains 7-6.
Mason Swearingen and I believe that was Kruger. Yes. Mason Swearingen and Brennan Kruger applied the stop to that PAT 2-point conversion attempt. So maybe it worked to the Cubs' advantage there. If they had kicked the conversion, it'd be 7-7. Now it's 7-6 in favor of the Cubs.
As we hit the 7:30 hour, we owe you a station ID. Just a reminder that you're listening to Monett Cubs football on KKBL 95.9 FM in Monett. And you can also catch live streaming video of tonight's action on MonettWebTV.com. Just a reminder that this game being brought to you in part by Quick Draw Gun in Monett, the place to buy, sell, or trade firearms of all types. Open evenings and Saturdays to meet customer needs with a great selection of new and used firearms. Quick Draw Gun right off Highway 60 at 601 South Kyler, or you can visit them online at quickdrawgun.com. So the Mountaineers will kick it away as Jaden Buttram will boot it away from the 40. The kickoff is a low line drive kick that is scooped up at the 20, and the Cubs come out with a reverse as Howard ends up with it, and he is knocked down as he crosses the 25. The Cubs will have it out near the 28-yard line, 1st and 10.
Jed Anderson received that bouncing kickoff, handed off to Aaron Howard, and Aaron was able to gain about 7 or 8 yards after Jed handed it to him. Cubs have relatively good field position, putting the ball into play at their own 28-yard line.
Leonard, I want to say this. Mount Vernon has come out prepared to play tonight.
They have. I'm impressed with their effort and their composure so far.
Ian Meyer, the quarterback, works under center. He turns and gives to Branch up the middle. Branch hit at the line of scrimmage, but is able to dive forward across the 30 out near the 31-yard line, out almost to the 32 for a gain of 3 yards.
Number 22 for the Mountaineers, that's Will Boswell, who had a hold of Branch's ankle and would not let go and brought him down after a gain of 3. 2nd and 7 for the Cubs.
Ball resting just short of the 32-yard line. The Cubs come out with a wide receiver wide to the left, 2 wing backs. And now here is a trap play to Branch running right side. He's able to get out near the 35-yard line, a gain of 3 more, and it'll bring up 3rd down and a long 3.
Number 80 for the Mountaineers, that's Nolan Johnson on the stop. As you say, it's going to bring up 3rd and 3 for the Cubs from their own 35-yard line.
Cubs facing a big third down here early in the contest. They lead it 7-6. And right now, momentum on the side of the Mountaineers. Ian Meyer working under center, turns and gives to Branch. To the left side he goes. He's hit near the line of scrimmage, and it looks like he'll come up short of the first down. He needed 3, and will pick up a couple. It'll bring up 4th down and a yard.
Number 79, Caden Heisner leading the charge for the Mountaineers there. If Branch had gone straight ahead, he could have picked up the first, but he decided to dance to the sideline going parallel, and he was stopped and came up short.
Cubs go for it on 4th down, however, and the quarterback, Meyer, calling his own number, and this is going to be really, really close.
I think he has it.
Well, I don't know.
Definitely, it's going to be close, but I think he has it.
Well, I'm looking where this official has his foot.
If it's there, he may not have it. I think he got beyond that point, but we'll see. They may have to measure.
I tell you what, if he got it by an inch or two. But I think
the way the surge there in the middle developed, I thought sure he had it without a doubt. But based on where they spotted it,
I think
it
he's
may
short.
be short.
I think he's short. Chains coming in from the far sideline. And boy, would this be a big momentum builder for the Mountaineers.
It would that, just like it was for the Cubs when Mount Vernon went for it earlier and didn't make it.
Oh, this is incredibly close. And I mean, they've stretched the chain, and it's a 1st down Cubs. Wow! By the narrowest of margins.
The Mount Vernon Mountaineers were going wild, thinking that as they read it, it was short, but the official read it to be sufficient. It was just, it was by an inch or less.
We'll call it a whisker.
Yes. 1st and 10 for the Cubs from their own 38-yard line.
What might be the final play of the first quarter here is the play as the game clock inside 5 seconds left, and that will take us to the end of what has been an action-packed first quarter. Our score after 1, the Monett Cubs 7, the Mountaineers from Mount Vernon 6. We'll be back with second quarter action after this timeout.
In 1968, Jimmy Mitchell Motors was founded on these basic principles: with quality vehicles and exceptional, and always treat the customer the way you be treated. Hi, I'm Chad Fott. 4 generations and almost 50 years later, Jimmy Mitchell continues to honor these traditional values. You shop Jimmy Mitchell Motors, you'll find a vast selection of new and quality pre-owned vehicles priced. Very total customer satisfaction at Jimmy Mitchell Aurora, where
Benji Finsky, Leonard Bauer back with you from Mount Vernon. We get ready for second quarter action. Monett leads at 7-6. Monett will have it 1st and 10 at their own 38-yard line. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome a new sponsor tonight, a Mount Vernon sponsor, in fact, Hills Automotive. Thank you for your support of Big 8 Conference football here in week number 3. Cubs with it, 1st and 10 from their own 38-yard line. As they break huddle, they'll send one wide receiver wide to the right. That is Brian Parra Navarro. And 2 wingbacks as Swearingen comes in motion. It'll be Swearingen running right to the 40. Hurdles a tackler and gets out across the 45. A flag comes out. And we're probably going to be looking at a hold here against the Monett Cubs.
Holding is the call against the Cubs. A nice run by Mason Swearingen with would have been a gain of about 6, but the ball is going to be brought back, and 10 yards will be stepped off against the Cubs.
10-yard penalty from the spot of the infraction. Cubs have been penalized 5 times thus far. Mount Vernon yet to get a flag. Cubs now have it at their own 31, so that'll bring up 1st down and 17. Here's a play up the middle that goes nowhere, and the Cubs will face 2nd down and long.
That was sort of a counter play, but to Michael Branch of Mount Vernon wasn't fooled at all. Number 22, Will Boswell, sort of led the charge, but 3 or 4 Mount Vernon Mountaineers hit Branch and stopped him for a loss.
Loss of a couple brings up second down and right at 20 yards to go. Meyer will work out of the shotgun. Back to pass, fires over the middle for Branch, and it's caught across the 45, out to about the 47. Looks like a gain of about 19 on the play.
Knocked down by Andrew Montemayor, but a good gain on the play for the Cubs. It's not enough for a first yet, but it's going to bring up third down and about a yard.
3rd and 1, movement up front prior to the snap, but no call. Here's the quarterback up the middle. Meyer with a first down and more. He's across the 45, down to the 40. A flag comes out, and another flag comes out as it's starting to get chippy now. Probably going to have 2 offsetting penalties here, Leonard.
We shall see. The place where the first flag came out, if it was against the Cubs there, that was really poor because it was not affecting the play. If a Cub was holding there, he certainly was, not using very good intelligence. I'm assuming that was the first call. The second call, don't know what that might have been. Might have been a face mask or something.
Late hit, I think, on the sideline. If the play were to stand, it'd be an 18-yard gallop by the quarterback, Ian Meyer.
Ian Meyer made a good run on the play, whether it stands or not.
Well, now we're going to see. They're talking it over with Michael Branch. So we'll see. It could be 2 penalties on the Mountaineers. We'll see as the officials huddle near the Mountaineer 40-yard line.
Alex Turner is coming in, too, to get in on the explanation and help Michael decide what to do. Of course, if the coaches can figure out from the sideline, they signal the players whether to take a penalty or decline it or what.
Well, it looks like the Mountaineers are moving back toward their own goal line.
They're giving ground, so it looks like it should be favorable for the Cubs.
Here comes the call from the official, holding against the Cubs. However, there's a personal foul, horse collar, against the Mountaineers, so that penalty will supersede the holding penalty. So it's a gain of 18 for Meyer, and then a 15-yard penalty on the Mountaineers, so the Cubs get a big, big break.
Benji, I don't think this is over yet. I can't believe that it works quite this way.
Well, it's holding against the Cubs. And then personal foul, horse collar. Now we're going to bring it back. Well, we got offsetting penalties. Oh, my goodness. Don't they know I write in ink up here? Now we have a personal foul against the Mountaineers. That may have come after the play. So let's see now. We're going to.
As I said, I didn't think we were finished earlier whenever they went down so deep into Mountaineer territory.
Okay, I don't need to erase everything here. It's going to be a 15-yard penalty on the Mountaineers for a post-play infraction. So, now confusion reigns here. I believe they've got it right.
I think they stepped off the 10 yards against the Cubs and now the 15 against the Mountaineers.
No, what they did, it was offsetting penalties, and then there was a third penalty for a personal foul.
Okay.
And then they stepped off 15 yards.
The offsetting brought it back to the original line of scrimmage, and then they stepped off 15. Okay, at the end result is it's 1st and 10 for the Cubs at the Mountaineer 38-yard line.
Yeah, that's the bottom line. The Cubs with it, 1st and 10. Here's Ian Meyer back to pass, firing deep down the side. The pass is incomplete, and a flag comes out inside the 10. And you'll wonder if this is going to be offensive or defensive pass interference because the two.
It's going to be one or the other. The two were in contact with each other. I didn't see a penalty either way. But the ball was almost in Brian Parra-Navarro's hands, but he couldn't quite hold on to it. It was kind of behind him.
Well, here we go. Interference against the offense.
Okay, they call offensive pass interference. There was contact between the two, and I felt like it could go either way. I didn't know which way they were going to call it, so they called it against the Cubs. And now what are they?
Now we're still. Okay, now the penalty being marked off against the Cubs should be is it 15-yard variety?
15-yard variety. It's going to bring up 1st and 25 for the Cubs if they step it off properly.
My God, he's going 20.
That poor guy stepping it off first went the wrong direction. It went too far one direction. I think we have it right now. I think it's 1st and 25 for the Cubs.
Hurry, snap the ball before they change their mind. 1st and 25 for the Cubs as they have it at their own 47. Here's Meyer back to pass. Fires to the near sideline, to the 50, to the 45. Guess what? A flag comes out. Cubs with the receiver Parra-Navarro able to get it to about the 40, but this one's going to come back against the Cubs.
I believe the officials decided that's fun to throw those yellow things around.
Well, that's 3 plays in a row where flags have been thrown.
Holding against the Cubs again is the call. A nice play again, a nice run by Brian Parra-Navarro. Would have picked up about 12 yards, I believe, but it's all for naught. It's going to come back.
This will be a 10-yard penalty from the spot of the infraction.
Probably, if they step it off correctly.
We'll see. We're going to see. We're going to watch. There we go. 10 yards. I remember once, Leonard, you remember this too, that after a pair of penalties on 1st and 2nd down, both 5 yards, one of the teams gained a yard out of the exchange.
Yes,
you remember that?
Happens occasionally. This is 1st down and too many for the Cubs. About 32.
Yeah, 32, 33 yards. Here's Swearingen running the ball to the 40, to the 45, out across midfield as he hurdles and dives his way to the Mountaineer 49. And that's a gain of about 13 yards on first down.
Johnston made the tackle there. A good run by Mason Swearingen. During the course of that play, I saw Michael Branch just flatten one of the Mount Vernon defenders on a block.
Gain of 14 on the play. Brings up 2nd down and 20 now, or thereabouts, from the 48-yard line. Out of the shotgun, Meyer back to pass, fires over the middle, and it's tipped away incomplete. Good coverage by the Mountaineers.
Number 19, I believe, for the Mountaineers, made a great play there. That's Jaden Buttram. And the ball would have gone into Branch's hands, but Buttram stepped in front and batted it away. So 3rd and about 20.
20 yards. About 20. 3rd and 20. From the 48 to the 28. Here's Meyer back to pass. Flushed from the pocket. Still with the ball. Now gets rid of it late. Has a man at the 45 to the 40 to the 35. Still on his feet to the 30. He'll have a 1st down and more to the 20, 15, 10, 5. Dives.
Touchdown.
Touchdown. Monett Cubs, and what a play by Brian Parra-Navarro as he takes it 48 yards for the score.
He caught the pass about 7 yards from the west sideline. He got into the end zone just inside the east sideline. So during the course of that, how far did that go, Ben?
48 yards.
He went 48 yards upfield and about 40 yards across the field.
And the Cubs lead it 13-6 with a PAT upcoming. Snap back, ball down, the kick up. It's high enough, it's long enough. I believe it grazed the upright but went through. And the Cubs lead it 14-6. And what was really a busted play, and what a great job by the quarterback, Ian Meyer. He kept the play alive with his feet. He kept his head up, and he found Brian Parra-Navarro, who was not his initial receiver. It was kind of a busted play.
Definitely.
And as you said, he caught it about 5 yards from this sideline, made several men miss, and then dove into the end zone along the right sideline to give the Cubs an 8-point lead. Wow, what a play. The play of the year so far, turned in by the quarterback, Ian Meyer, and his wide receiver, a 5'10", 170-pound senior, Brian Parra Navarro.
That was turning a lemon into lemonade, you might say. It looked like it was going to be a busted play for a loss. And through the efforts of, now there was some good blocking went into that also, but through the coolness of Ian Meyer and Brian Parra Navarro and completing the pass and then making the good run, the Cubs turned it into a touchdown.
Boy, and that is a momentum switch because the Cubs overcame several penalties.
Right.
And near disaster to take a 14-6 lead with 9:23 left here in the second quarter. Kickoff is in the air. It's a pooch kick to the far side. It hits at the 25. And now a stop in action here as the whistle's blew.
I think we have an inadvertent whistle.
Well, if they can't throw a flag, they can at least blow the whistle.
The official was signaling to start the clock, and the whistle blew. And there was no contact between the players or anything. Maybe they're going to re-kick it. I don't know what the deal is. Not sure they know what the deal is. But I saw no reason for a whistle when it blew because the mountain.
Now potentially someone might have called a fair catch. Someone might have thrown a hand up.
That's a possibility. I
And
hadn't
that
thought
could have
about that,
happened.
and I didn't see that, but that's definitely a possibility.
Because if any person calls the fair catch, once the receiver grabs it, the play is dead. Doesn't have to be the person receiving it, if I remember right.
Okay, I think that's probably what happened. It's going to be Mountaineers' ball, 1st and 10 from their own 28-yard line.
Well, this has been eventful, if nothing
It really
else,
has.
Leonard.
Yes.
Oh my
Hey, when
gosh.
these two schools get together and these two teams, anything can happen.
And it most certainly does. 1st and 10 Mountaineers from the 28-yard line. They'll set it up there, trailing 14-6. 9:18 left here in the second quarter. Hadlock will be the quarterback with 5 receivers in the formation this time. Hadlock back to pass. Now scrambling, hit, and will go down in the backfield as he'll be sacked for the first time tonight, a loss of a yard, and it'll be 2nd and 11.
Patrick Valentine got the stop, but Angel Bialta and Coy Butterworth had rushed past the quarterback to prevent him from throwing the ball, and as he spun away from them, Patrick Valentine made the tackle. No gain on the play, so I guess we don't get to give a sack. I thought they had him in the backfield,
Well,
but they
did.
spotted it at the line of scrimmage. So
These guys do not
2nd and
know
10.
I am writing in ink. Hadlock out of the shotgun formation, takes the snap, looks left, fires left, has his man out there for a short gain. Good open field tackle there from the Cubs.
Yes, Jed Anderson made a good solid tackle after a gain of about 2 yards, so it's going to bring up 3rd and 8 for the Mountaineers.
That was Dennis with the reception, Tristan Dennis, a gain of a couple. As I update my stats. 3rd down and 8 for the Mountaineers. They have it near the 30-yard line. Hadlock takes the snap. He looks right, now flush from the pocket. He's hit, and this one will record as a sack as he'll lose about 6 yards on the play.
Angel flushed him and prevented him from throwing the ball, and Coy Butterworth hit him, and then Angel helped take him down. So give a half a sack to each of those, to Angel Villalta and Coy Butterworth. And this time it is a sack, a loss of about 4. It's going to bring up 4th and 14. The Mountaineers are, looks like, going to execute their first punt of the night.
Brian Parra Navarro back deep for the Cubs. Snap back is a good one. The kick nearly blocked, a low tumbling kick that takes a Mountaineer bounce. And it rolls inside the Cub 40 down near the 35. A near block turns into a very good punt for the Mountaineers.
Mason Swearingen went flying in front of the punter, and I thought he had it, but obviously he didn't. The punter got it off, but Swearingen was right there, and I think maybe the punter allowed Mason to fly by first and then punt it, but anyway, a very effective punt for the Mountaineers.
Yeah, 40-yard punt with no return.
Cubs are going to put it in play, 1st and 10 from their own 35-yard line.
Monett leading 14-6 here with 7:09 left here in the second quarter. Michael Branch lines up as the tailback behind Ian Meyer. Meyer will give on the end around to Brody Crawford, and Crawford is stood up behind the line of scrimmage. He'll go down for a loss of a yard or two.
I'm trying to get numbers of tacklers here. Number 65 and number 57 for the Mountaineers. 57 is Shane Lester, and 65 is Carson Dake on the stop. A loss on the play is going to bring up 2nd and about 12.
Meyer will work out of the shotgun, sends 3 receivers wide right. 1 to the near sideline is Alex Turner. High snap corralled by Meyer. He scrambles right and fires to the right side. It's incomplete off the hands of Swearingen. Could have had a good reception there, but wanted to run before he caught it. And the incompletion brings up 3rd and long.
Ian did a good job of avoiding pressure and rolling out to the right and throwing a bullet to Mason Swearingen on the run, and Mason just couldn't. I think you're probably right. He was probably looking where he was going to run to. Let the ball go through his hands. So it's going to be 3rd and 12 for the Cubs.
The senior quarterback will work under center this time. Takes the snap, gives on the end around to Howard, who's going to throw to a man wide open at the 40, to the 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown!
Can't get the number.
I believe
yet.
it's Brian Parra-Navarro with a touchdown.
Navarro.
It goes for 67 yards. It was a 3rd and 12.
Right.
And it's a 67-yard strike. And the Cubs are on the board again.
And it was actually a broken play. Aaron Howard dropped the ball for a moment and picked it up. And it came right back to him. And all of that distracted the Mountaineers. And Parra-Navarro was 10 yards behind any Mountaineer. The kick is good.
Wow, what a play that time. The Cubs go to the bag of tricks, and with 6:09 left in the second quarter, the Cubs lead at 21-6 on, I want to make sure I said that right. What did I tell you?
67.
67-yard touchdown. I'm trying to do some quick math here. Mr. Parra-Navarro now up to 115 yards and 2 touchdowns. And Mr. Howard with some good passing totals, 1 of 1 for 67 yards and a touchdown. And you're right, it was a busted play.
Yes.
He dropped the ball on the end around, probably made the Mount Vernon defense come after him all the more. He picked it up and calmly threw to a wide open Parra-Navarro, who caught it at about the 40 and then raced untouched into the end zone. So the Cubs lead it by 15 now, 21-6. As the upcoming kickoff, which each year brought to you by Home Shield Pest Control. And the kickoff upcoming is in the air. It's a short, high, end-over-end kick that's fielded at the 20. Return to the 25, now to the near sideline. Out to about the 30. Boswell with a return of about 10 yards. And the Mountaineers will have it 1st and 10.
Cody Thompson on the tackle there for the Cubs.
Mountaineers at one point threatened to take the lead, now find themselves down by 15. But lots of time left in this one, and with that passing attack of the Mountaineers, they can score quickly. Here's a pass to the far sideline that's caught out there to the 30, to the 35, out near the 40. That's Montemayor. Montemayor picks up 11 and a 1st down.
Mason Swearingen on the stop for the Cubs, but a big gain for the Mountaineers. 1st and 10 from their own 40.
Hurry up offense Quarterback will keep it himself and unable to get it back to the line of scrimmage. I don't know if that was a designed quarterback draw or not.
I think he looked and saw his receivers were in a mob there, weren't open. Coy Butterworth in on the stop for the Cubs.
Hadlick, the quarterback, now on 2nd down and 11, fires over the middle, has a man wide open for a first down and more, all the way down inside the Cub 40.
Looks like Mason Swearingen, I believe, on the stop. Yes, Mason Swearingen. The Mountaineers are finding cracks in the Cubs' zone defense, and Haddock is doing a good job of putting the ball on the money.
That was Massey again, a gain of 25 and a first down. Mountaineers with 5 first downs in tonight's contest thus far. Chain has not been reset yet. Mountaineers wanting to go hurry up, but the home chain gang not in a hurry up mode, are they, Leonard?
Oh.
Don't want to go too fast for those guys. There we go. First down Mountaineers as we get ready for action again. From the Cub 36-yard line, Hadlock out of the shotgun. Back to pass. Looking to set up a screen. Has Robinson to the 35, and he dives forward down near the 30. That'll be a gain of nearly 7 yards.
That was a middle screen. It looked like it was more open. It closed quickly with Michael Branch and Valentine. Patrick Valentine making the stop, but a gain of about 6 on the play, 2nd and a short 4.
From the 30-yard line. Hadlock takes the snap, looks right, fires right. It is intercepted by Anderson as it went through the hands of the receiver straight to the defensive back, and he makes the return out to about the 30-yard line.
Number 79, Caden Heisner, made the stop after Jed Anderson had made the interception. A big turnover for the Cubs, stopping this Mount Vernon drive that seemed to be going quite successfully down the field.
That went through the hands of Montemayor, and Montemayor had the ball there in the slot position, but it fell through his hands, and Anderson really had no time to react. It just went to him. He grabbed it and returned it across the 30.
He did a great job of holding on to it.
1st and 10 Cubs from their 31-yard line. Ian Meyer under center turns and gives to Michael Branch. Branch has to sidestep one tackler, leans forward for maybe a gain of a yard. It'll bring up 2nd long.
Shane Lester on the stop for the Mountaineers. Boy, the Mountaineers have put the clamps on Michael Branch so far tonight.
I tell you what, this does not look like a team that has been shredded on the ground the first 2 weeks.
It certainly doesn't. Their ground defense has looked good tonight, their rushing defense.
Yeah, they've given up just right at 40 yards here in the first half to a good running offense for the Cubs. Here's Meyer back to pass, rolling right, firing right, has Branch across the 30 to the 35, 40, breaks a tackle at the 45, one man to beat. He's to the 30, to the 20, 15, 10, and finally nudged out, or did he get in? No. Touchdown! Monett Cubs, 68 yards on the touchdown. 68-yard touchdown pass. Wow, what a play.
He literally flattened a Mount Vernon Mountaineer at about the 40-yard line and then broke free and then got caught from behind and fought off 3 tacklers to get into the end zone.
Cameron Cody on to attempt the PAT. Snap back, ball down, the kick up. It's high enough, it's long enough, and it is good. 4:19 left here, second quarter action. Monett leads it 28-6. We'll be back with more first half action after this timeout.
As teenagers, everyone wanted to go Jeepin', and then you became an adult, you forgot about having fun? Come on, Springfield. I know you better than that. If it's been a while since you've smiled, come test drive a new Jeep at Youngblood. Right now, prices are at their lowest to get you in a Jeep. The summer clearance event at Youngblood Chrysler Jeep. Come ask for Gentry specials this August.
upcoming events.
Back at Mount Vernon as we hit 8 o'clock hour. Reminder that you're listening to Big 8 Conference Football on KKBL 95.9 FM. Cubs have found pay dirt 4 times here in the first half, and all Monett Cubs touchdowns brought to you by the law offices of Randall, Mastery, and Randall. If you need an extra pointer or two from a trusted lawyer, call Randall, Mastery, and Randall at 235-8688. Cameron Cody to kick it away. Does so, a high end-over-end kick that comes down to the 15. Return set up there to the 16. Good coverage from the Cubs, and it looks like they'll pin the Mountaineers down near their own 20-yard line.
You're right. It was a good job of the Cubs staying in their lanes that time. There was nowhere for the Mountaineer returner to go, and he was enveloped at about the 20 by 4 or 5 oncoming Cubs. So it's going to be the 1st and 10 for the Mountaineers, and I believe this is the poorest field position that they've had this half. I
believe you're right, and now they face a 28-6 deficit here. Mountaineers with it, 1st and 10 from the 20. A flag comes out that stops the play here. A dead ball infraction, illegal procedure against the Mountaineers. Their second penalty of the evening, and that'll bring up 1st and 15.
I believe a lineman moved too quickly there, I think is what happened, or either that or a back started in motion. But anyway, 5 yards against the Mountaineers.
And guess what? They marked it off against the Cubs.
The guy marking it off is having a lot of problems.
Okay, he's losing credibility quick with me up here. I'm just saying, he's trying hard, but you got to get the direction right here. 1st and 15. Went from 1st to 10, 1st to 5, 1st to 15. That's where they'll settle. Ball at the 15-yard line as Hadlick will work out of the shotgun. He takes the snap. He goes back to pass, fires over the middle. It is incomplete there. Intended for his wide receiver, Jarrett Massey. There was some contact, but no penalty.
The pass was overthrown, and Brennan Kruger made contact with the receiver, but after the ball had passed over him. So no interference, brings up 2nd and 15 for the Mountaineers.
Hadlick now 10 of 15 passing here in the first half. Good numbers from the talented quarterback.
Benji, is it dark out there on this end of the field, or is it my eyes?
No, it's pretty dark.
Seems to me like it's brighter in the middle, but it's dark on the toward the end.
If we had our press box lights off, it would be a lot easier to see. Out of the shotgun, Hadlick back to pass, fires deep near side over the outstretched arms of his intended receiver, Jarrett Massey. The incompletion will bring up 3rd down.
Mason Swearingen on the defense, and Mason is injured. He's going to have to be assisted off the field. Maybe it could be just a cramp.
Well, we'll see.
From the way he grabbed, I thought maybe he sprained an ankle, but from the way his reaction now, it might be a cramp. I'm not sure.
Well, we're going to see. It looks like they're looking at his right leg. Oh. So stop in action here. We're going to go ahead and take a break as well. 3:30 left here in the first half. Monett leads it 28-6. Back with more second quarter action after this timeout.
When buying a car, what's most important to you? Price? Selection? Service? How about a stress-free buying experience? At Jimmy Mitchell Motors, you can have it all. At Jimmy Mitchell Motors, every vehicle comes with our commitment to total customer satisfaction. Plus, you always get top dollar for your trade. With hundreds of new and pre-owned vehicles on the lot, now's the time to choose the one that's perfect for you. Visit us online or come see us in downtown Aurora today, and you'll see why we say,
nobody beats our deal.
Back at Mount Vernon High School, Mason Swearingen being helped to the Cubs sideline. It looked like it was an injury to his lower leg, maybe an ankle, as he's being helped to the far sideline. Benji Finsky, Leonard Bauer with you at Mount Vernon. We also have our producer engineer, Daisy Caez, and if Daisy's listening in, I'd like her to come up to the press box as I have a question for her. Jeff Ogle is our cameraman.
Benji, if that's a significant injury to Mason, that is a big blow to the Cubs. I'd say out of the 3 or 4 players the Cubs can least afford to lose, he's one of those.
Hopefully we'll see him back momentarily. 3rd down, I believe. 3rd and 15 as I try to see the yard marker.
In the dark.
In the dark. Back to pass Hadlick. Same play. Has his man, but it's incomplete. Massey had broken open, but it falls over his outstretched hands.
Same result as last time, except this time Mason was not there to apply a hit to the defender, but the ball was overthrown and the receiver was wide open. It's going to bring up 4th and 15 for the Mountaineers. Once again, the Mountaineers are in punt formation. Brian Parra-Navarro is deep to receive for the Cubs. A high punt, hitting at the 45-yard line of the Cubs and rolling to about the Cubs' 28. A very effective punt by the Mountaineers.
45,
25.
55, and another 2. That's a 57-yard punt, Leonard. That is a good effort.
Very good punt, and Brian was not able to make the fair catch. It rolled about, about 17 yards after it came down. It came down at the 45 of the Cubs. So very effective punt on the part of the Mountaineers, and there's 3:09 left in the first half.
Cubs will have it 1st and 10 at their own 28. Meyer will run it himself. He's to the 30. Hit there. Still on his feet as he falls forward to about the 33-yard line. That'll be a gain of nearly 5 yards on the play and bring up 2nd down.
Number 79 and number 22 for the Mountaineers. 79 is Caden Heisner and 22 is Will Boswell.
Monett with it now, 2nd down and a long 5 from their 33. Movement up front and a flag comes out. This time be encroachment against the Mountaineers as one of the down linemen got a little anxious that time. And that'll cost Mount Vernon 5 yards and it'll be very close for a Cub 1st down. Maybe a couple inches short. It'll be 2nd and short.
I'm going to call it 2nd down, but it's 2nd and less than a yard for the Cubs.
3rd penalty on the Mountaineers tonight for 25 yards. Boy, this has been a long first half of action. Time-wise, clockwise. Now they're calling it a 1st down. Okay.
You're right. 1st and 10 for the Cubs.
All right, 1st and 10 from the 38. Meyer back to pass, screen pass to Turner, makes the catch. He's to the 40 and dragged down from behind out to the 45 as he spins forward for a gain of nearly 7 yards.
Number 80, Nolan Johnson on the stop for the Mountaineers. Good gain on the play, though, 7 yards, 2nd and 3 for the Cubs.
Cubs come out with 5 receivers now, 3 to the far side, 2 to the near side. We're hitting the 2-minute mark here before halftime. Meyer back to pass, flips it over the middle, has his man at the 45 to the 40, and dragged down from behind. I believe that's
Anderson on the
Jed Anderson with the catch. Anderson with the catch, and he'll give the Cubs a 1st down.
And Will Boswell on the stop for the Mountaineers, but a good gainer for the Cubs. Going to bring up 1st down now from the Mountaineers' 38-yard line.
Gain of 18. Here's Branch with the carry. Up the middle, he rumbles and tumbles as he gets down inside the 30 and picks up about 11 yards.
Tripped up by, haven't got the number 23, Shadow Amos for the Mountaineers.
Chains are reset after the Cubs pick up their 9th 1st down. Meyer gets a low snap, picks it up, and is swarmed under trying to make as much as he could out of the play. He'll lose a yard, and it'll bring up second down and long. Timeout on the field, timeout, Monett Cubs.
Ian did a good job there. The snap was low, and he dropped it on the ground, but he picked it up, did a good job of holding on to it as he was hit by 3 or 4 Mountaineers. The result was a 2-yard loss, but it'll be 2nd and 12 for the Cubs after this timeout.
I'm going to take this opportunity to say that it's time for tonight's special giveaway.
Number 1.
Yeah, number 1. And I know, Dwayne, I know you called in. We've got a plan here. And if it goes wrong, you can blame Daisy. Okay? Daisy's not here to defend herself in the booth. Okay? But tonight's special giveaway here in the first half is a family pass, good for up to 4 family members to all fall and winter home Monett Cubs sporting events. Home games at Monett. This does exclude home playoff games, but nonetheless, if you're a sports family, this is a great prize that's worth a lot. Be the first person to be the first person to text 417-229-4958 and text Go Cubs to 417-229-4958, and you will win that family pass to Monett Cubs events. Here's Meyer back to pass, throwing right side, has Turner. Turner breaks a tackle, leaps forward, and he'll be close to another Cub first down.
Benji, it's so dark, I can't see the number over there. I see the kid that made the tackle, but it's so dark I can't read the number. But a great play by Alex Turner.
Looks like a gain of 9.
A gain of 9, 3rd and 1.
3rd and 1. Meyer will give on the end around to Parra Navarro, and he'll have the first down, but not much more as he gets down near the 15. I believe that was Parra Navarro, was it not?
I believe so. Well,
yeah, I think so.
Pretty sure.
He's probably in spelling Swearingen on that play. That's
right.
A gain of a couple. Gain of a couple and a first down, the 10th for the Cubs. A timeout on the field. I'll go back over that. Hopefully we already have a winner. Text Go Cubs to 417-229-4958, and you will be the winner of a family pass, good for up to 4 family members to all fall and winter Monett Cubs sporting events. Good luck to all of our listeners.
Sporting events.
Home sporting events. Good luck to all our listeners. We hope to see you out at Burrow Fowler very soon. But if we have them at Burrow Fowler, we lose them as listeners, unless they bring the radio with them.
Yeah, they can bring a portable radio.
Absolutely. People still do that, don't they?
I don't think they do. They listen on their phone these days.
Well, that counts. That counts. Gosh, we're dating ourselves, Leonard. First and 10 Cubs from the 16. Meyer back to pass, flush from the pocket. He short hops his intended receiver, and the pass falls incomplete.
I believe it was Anderson out there, the intended receiver. Ian had nowhere to go, and he couldn't get away from the rush, and he saw Jed Anderson standing out to his right, and he did a good job. He just threw the ball on the, at his feet, but avoided a sack.
Meyer will work out of the shotgun. He'll have 3 receivers wide to the left, 2 to the far side. Takes the snap, back to pass, looks left, fires over the middle, has a man, but it's dropped and then intercepted inside the 5. The return out across the 10 and near the 15. That could have been a score for the Cubs, but it turns into an interception, and the Mountaineers hold on defense.
I think the intended receiver was Brian Parra Navarro, wasn't it? And the pass was a little bit behind him. He got a hand on it, but not enough to bring it in, just enough to tip it up for the Mount Vernon defender to intercept it.
I think you're right. The pass slightly behind him, trying to throw it into a tight window, and the Mountaineers come up with a big defensive stand with 39.6 seconds left before intermission. Now it'll be up to the Cubs to stop the Mountaineers here before halftime. Hadlock, the quarterback, gives to Robinson on a dive play, and Robinson gets across the 15 out to about the 18-yard line, a gain of 3, and it'll bring up second down.
Butterworth and Brody Crawford on the stop.
Game clock rolls inside, 20 seconds left. Here's Hadlock throwing near side to Massey. Massey across the 20 to the 25. He'll have a first down and get out of bounds.
Chased out of bounds by Brian Parra Navarro, but a 1st and 10 for the Mountaineers. But they've got a whole lot of field to go. Is that 11.4?
It is. It's
11.4 seconds left in the first half.
So time for a snap or two here for the Mountaineers. They have a couple of timeouts left. We'll see if they elect to use them here. They have it 1st and 10 at their own 27. Cubs with an extra defensive back in here. Long pass fired far side and overshooting his wide receivers, the quarterback Hadlock, and it'll bring up second down and 10.
Jed Anderson had good leverage on that receiver and stayed behind him. Jed actually had the best shot at the ball, but it was overthrown even to the defender as well as the receiver.
Timeout on the field, charge to the Mountaineers. We're going to keep it right here with 5 seconds left, so they have time for one snap, unless, of course, there's a defensive penalty. A half cannot end on a defensive penalty, right, which we've seen a lot of flags tonight.
Some teams, with 5 seconds left might just take a knee or dive it up the middle, but personally, I feel like if there's 5 seconds, you might as well use those 5 seconds. I don't like these coaches that run off 30 seconds before halftime because they don't have the field position that they'd prefer, and maybe at the end of the game they'd love to have those 30 seconds back.
Well, sure, and even if you just run a trap or a die play, you could break it.
Right. Or, you might run it down the field 20 yards and have a foul against the defense, which would move it 15 more, and all of a sudden you'd have another play, maybe threatening the other team's goal line.
Now, if you're inside your own 10, you better be cautious, sure, but
I think it was about 3 years ago the Cubs would score on a long play every time, right before halftime.
Yeah.
That was us. We were announcing that, weren't we?
We sure were. That was about 6 times out of 10 they scored right before halftime.
Right.
Here's Hadlock back to pass, firing over the middle. The pass is caught. Tackle broken to the 50, to the 45, 40. This one's going to come back because there's a flag in the middle of the field here. Unless it's a defensive penalty, we'll see. Mountaineers able to get it all the way down to the Cub 31.
Aaron Howard made the tackle there. I think that, what are they indicating? Holding
42.
Holding against
they're
the
going to call.
Mountaineers.
They're going to let the play stand. 42-yard.
And call it halftime. Huh?
Yeah. Kind of hurts their defensive stats, but nonetheless, because that is a 42-yard gain.
But there's no reason for that. Even if they brought it back, still halftime, isn't it? That wouldn't get the time ran out, so I don't think they get credit for that game.
Yeah, but he called it decline.
Okay.
I'm gonna give it to him.
All right.
Because I've written it in ink and I've erased enough tonight. So there you have it. We've finally reached halftime here at Mount Vernon. Our score at intermission, the Monett Cubs 28, the Mount Vernon Mountaineers 6. We'll slip away, and when we return, Leonard will take a look at a busy scoring summary, and I'll take a look at first half stats. We'll be back with our halftime show after this timeout.
Can't figure out what that noise is from your car? With over 130 combined experience, Hills Automotive can help.
School's about to start. Back to school sales on markers, crowns, kid clothes, but what you want is to save money on a car. This month, save big during our back to school event only at Youngblood Nissan. Right now, lease the 2016 Rogue for $189 a month, the 2016 Pathfinder for $279 a month, or the 2016 Sentra for only $149 a month. To see more, visit our website, check us out on Facebook, or swing by and our friendly sales staff will be happy to show you around. Youngblood Nissan. We make it easy for you.
Hey, what are you doing today? I'm Darren from the Bayou Restaurant, and
we're live on web TV. We got all your favorite high school football games, so come join us. You got this, you got lots of fun and food. We're at 864 Highway 60, 235-7800. Web TV's alive and well in Monett, Missouri, and
When buying a car, what's most important to you? Price, selection, service? How about a stress-free buying experience? At Jimmy Mitchell Motors, you can have it all. At Jimmy Mitchell Motors, every vehicle comes with our commitment to total customer satisfaction. Plus, you always get top dollar for your trade. With hundreds of new and pre-owned vehicles on the lot, now's the time to choose the one that's perfect for you. Visit us online or come see us in downtown Aurora today, and you'll see why we say,
nobody beats our deal.
On 2, 4, 8. Or for drop tops, T-tops, cruisers, pickup trucks, and dump trucks. Or for displaying Missouri plates like metal. Have you ever hit a deer? We're for you too. We're for getting stuck by a tractor on a 2-lane highway. If you're a Missouri driver, we have an auto pump for you.
Hi, I'm Chad Young with Missouri Farm. And if you're in Berry or Lawrence County, you covered.
In a hurry? Why? At Old Town Pharmacy, you will find fast service. They accept almost all insurance plans and gladly match any local competitive prices, including the $4 generic price. They offer delivery services several days and have a drive-through for drop-off and for added convenience. Open 7 Monday through Friday 9 to 6, Saturday 9 to 3, and Sunday 12 to 4. Old Town Pharmacy, 100 Chapel Drive, Monett in the Old Town Village. Call 47635-1100.
Have all expenses covered in advance? Well, relax. Since 1996, Check Cashers has been here to help. Monett Cashers can loan you up to $500
Really?
for personal post-dated checks or up to with a car title loan while you car like a rock. Monett Check Cashers conveniently located behind Taco Bell. Staff has years of experience, so if
I'll say it again then.
give us a call. Cashers, where
I know, but I'll do them again.
2270.
Hi, this is Sam Green from Remax Properties in Monett. From one flip to another, I want to be your real estate agent of choice. To customers, we offer great service, knowledge, and skill from over 20 years of experience. And that takes to get your property sold, not just listed. If you're serious, call at Remax Properties in Monett at 2 between McDonald's and Walmart.
Benji Pinsky and Leonard Bauer back with you from Mount Vernon High School. Our score 28-6 here at intermission. The Cubs on top. Before we go forward, it's my understanding that there's still a family pass for 4 available, so I'm going to go slower this time because I kind of rushed that. Tonight's special giveaway is a family pass good for up to 4 family members to all fall and winter home Monett Cubs sporting events. This does exclude playoff games, but still it's a great prize. So if you want to win those, text Go Cubs to 417-229-4958. That's 417-229-4958. If you're the first person to text Go Cubs, you'll win that Family 4 Pass, and that's a great one. And remember, you know, you're limited to 1 prize per season each and every year. Good luck to all our listeners, and we hope to see you out at Burrow Fowler very soon. 28-6 our score at halftime. Here's with a look at the first half scoring summary. Here's Mr. Leonard Bauer.
Well, Benji, the Cubs scored first with 8:38 left in the first half. After they enjoyed tremendous field position, Mount Vernon tried to pick up the first on a 4th and short yardage, and the Cubs stopped them at the Mount Vernon 30. And after a short drive, Michael Branch burst up the middle on a 7-yard touchdown run for the Cubs. Cameron Cody kicked the conversion, putting the Cubs up 7-0 with 8:38 left. With 2:03 left in the first quarter for the Mountaineers, Will Boswell scored on a 2-yard run. A run failed for the conversion. So it left the score Monett 7, Mount Vernon 6. And that's the way the first quarter ended. In the second quarter, with 9:23 left, Brian Paranavarro received a pass from Ian Meyer, weaved through and across the field, and finally scored 48 yards later. So a 48-yard pass from Ian Meyer to Brian Paranavarro, and Cameron Cody kicked the conversion, making the score Monett 14, Mount Vernon 6. About 3 minutes later, with 6:09 left to play in the second quarter, Brian Paranavarro again received a pass, this time from Aaron Howard. It was a halfback pass, and Brian Paranavarro was 10 to 15 yards behind any Mount Vernon receiver. The pass was a little bit short, but Brian came back for it, received the pass, outran the defenders to the end zone for a 67-yard touchdown pass. Cameron Cody again kicked the conversion, making the score Monett 21, Mount Vernon 6. About 2 minutes later, the Cubs again had possession. This time, Michael Branch received a 68-yard pass from Ian Meyer. Actually, it was a short pass, but Michael made a tremendous run, flattening one defender at about the Mount Vernon 40, then angling to the sideline and shook off a couple other possible tacklers at about the Mount Vernon 5, and he managed to get into the end zone for the touchdown, a 68-yard pass from Ian Meyer to Michael Branch. Cameron Cody again kicked the conversion, and that made the score 28-6 Monett, and that's the way the first half ended.
Thank you, Leonard. The story of the first half, big plays from the Monett Cubs. They took a close game and have now extended their lead to 28-6 here at intermission. We're going to slip away, and when we return, we'll take a look at first half stats for both teams and the individuals that led the way for the Cubs and the Mountaineers. Back with more of our halftime show after this timeout.
Hi, Roger here from Race. A lot of stuff. Race Brothers is something to talk about. We have the largest school boxes in southwest Missouri. Pies, dog food, cat food, collars, laces, and grooming and products. And for the kids, we have great toys.
We can see better out there. Yeah, we can see all right.
Like Slate, Fryer, Erdl. Come on up, Race Brothers from Springfield, Carthage, and Monett. Like the way we do business. Tell a friend. Brothers, Farm and Home.
At Western Wear.
Clark Wear and Central Sheet Metal has been doing business in the Lawrence County area at their offices in Fort Missouri for over 60 years. Wow, that's a lot. Central Sheet Metal is your hometown carrier dealer, installing quality carrier furnaces and conditioners for over 55 years. Man, that's a lot. Did you know invented air conditioners and have been an leader for over 100 years? That's really a lot. Parkway Hardware Sheet Metal is proud to sponsor high school football in the Lawrence and Berry County area. Good luck and have a great season. Parkway Hardware and Central Sheet Metal, 23 West Street, Aurora. Go by or call 83839.
Home Shield Pest Control wants you to know that if your home can talk, it may tell you you're not feeling well due to uninvited visitors like ants, wasps, spiders, rodents, and other pests lurking around your home or business. With over 20 years of industry experience, Home Shield Pest Control can remove those uninvited insects with an affordable, safe, and method. Home Shield Pest Control. Call Hill Vineyard today at 772-4177. That's 772-4177.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the coaches.
Described by Golf Digest as the mountain golf architecture. An 18-hole championship layout offers the kind of golfing experience where players don't want to end. With the Ozark Mountains and natural beauty of serene water, faultless pedestrian, and tree lines north of Fairfield, Ledgestone inspires golfers and non-golfers alike. For more information about Ledgestone Country Club, call 417-358187.
I think you love that car. You love me.
Oh, how could you say that?
You hand wax it. You listen to the same music.
Pure coincidence.
The insurance company feels the same way about it as
they do. I'm one happy cat.
Maybe that's the reason so many people come to Shelter for their car insurance. We have great agents about cars. We're competitively priced. Claims people are fast, fair, and friendly. Find an agent near you. Go to Shelter Insurance. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
For a free insurance review, contact Shelter Insurance Agent Scott in Monett.
You can trust Ken's Collision Center in Bill 417-847-2300. Hear what Lee White, one of Ken's 7 customers, has to say.
I've done business with Ken for probably 10, 12 years. The vehicles down there, they'll usually talk to insurers and find out what they want to do, and they need their vehicle back. Everything we've ever seen, he does it quickly, fairly. My adjusters, they love working with him. He's a guy.
Ken's Collision. Integrity are our tools for the and cat.
Benji Finsky and Leonard Bauer back with you from Mount Vernon High School. We owe you a station ID. Just a reminder, you're listening to Big 8 Conference Football on KKBL 95.9 FM in Monett. You can also listen to live streaming audio of tonight's broadcast at radiotalon.com. You can catch live streaming video of the action on Monett Web TV, and Web TV coverage brought to you in part by Country Dodge, South Highway 37 in Cassville, Missouri. Call 847-2137 or visit them online at gocountrydodge.com. And Leonard, I got a chance. I watched a couple of those archive games that got on, the archive games, and they're looking really good. And I hate listening to them because my voice is on it, but I try to figure out if I said something that was good or not. So I watched them last night, and really neat for people to be able to go back and watch these games even after the fact.
Right.
What a great service. Cubs lead at 28-6 here at halftime. Here's a look at first half stats. First of all, for the Mount Vernon Mountaineers, they ran the ball 14 times for 21 yards. They had 12 completions on 20 attempts for 139, and that's counting the last play, so give or take 40 yards or so on that one. So unofficially 160 yards of total offense. The Mountaineers with 6 first downs in the first half. They had 1 turnover and interception by Anderson. Penalties, 3 for 25, 2 punts for a 48.5 yard average. For the Monett Cubs, they ran the ball 18 times for only 54 yards. And if you'd have told me that at halftime the Cubs would only have 54 yards, I probably would have lost a bet on that one. Cubs, however, 9 of 13 passing for 259 yards. So total offense for Monett, 313 in the first half. They had 10 first downs, 2 turnovers, an interception and a fumble, and 7 penalties for 45 yards.
The penalties are still excessive, aren't they? They really
are.
have to work on that.
And some of them tonight, costly, as it led to the early touchdown for the Mountaineers. For Mount Vernon, their leading rusher, Sammy Robinson, 7 carries for 23 yards. And Boswell had 1 carry for 2 yards and a touchdown. Garrett Hadlock passing 12 of 20 tonight. His favorite receiver is Jarrett Massey, who had 6 catches for 62 yards. And Andrew Montemayor, 61 yards on 3 carries. For the Monett Cubs, their leading rusher in the first half, Michael Branch, 10 carries for just 30 yards. Mason Swearingen had 19 yards on 2 carries before he left with an injury late in the second quarter. Ian Meyer in the first half, 8 of 12 passing for 2 touchdowns and 1 interception. Aaron Howard, 1 of 1 for 67 yards and a touchdown as well. Brian Parra-Navarro with 2 catches in the first half, both going for touchdowns, 1 of 48, 1 of 67 yards. He has 2 catches, 115 yards, and 2 scores. Michael Branch, 2 catches for 87 yards. He also had a touchdown. Alex Turner, 2 catches for 16 yards. Mason Swearingen with a couple of catches for 23 yards. So the story in the first half, Leonard, are big plays from the Monett Cubs.
Yes, and, the Cubs didn't run the ball that much from the line of scrimmage, but those passes were terrific runs after the receiver caught the ball that got him into the end zone. One by Brian and one by Michael. Extraordinary long runs after they caught the ball. It sounds like the Cubs were throwing the ball 50 yards downfield, but that wasn't the case. It was just some extraordinary running after the receivers caught the football.
You know, and the Cubs with a 28-6 lead, and it doesn't really feel like it's 28-6 though. It seems like the game was much closer than that. But a couple of those big plays that went the Cubs' way really has given them the opportunity to spread this lead out. But you know, it was close early, and
you're right. At the end of the first quarter, 7-6. You know, and if Mount Vernon had made their 2-point conversion, they would have been up 8-6. They just missed it. So.
That's right. They went for it and did not come up with a 2-point conversion. They trailed by a point, and the Cubs able to cash in some big plays to take a healthy halftime lead. But with Mount Vernon, they have a quick strike offense, so you know, don't start counting your chickens just yet. The Cubs defense have a lot of plays to turn in, and without one of their stellar defensive backs, Mason Swearingen, someone's going to have to step up. It's that next man up thought process, and someone's going to have to come in and fill Mason's shoes, Leonard, here in the second half.
And those are some very big shoes to fill, both offensively but especially defensively.
We're going to slip away, hear from some of our outstanding sponsors. When we return, it'll be time for second half action here from Mount Vernon. Our score at intermission, Monett 28, Mount Vernon 6. We'll be back with the third quarter after this timeout.
Why is Steel, the world's #1 brand of chainsaw, not sold to the Home Depot? Reliable side service.
Mason's out there doing the so maybe they won't have to step in.
Dealer you can count on for straight talk, expert advice on steel products when you need it. Each steel product sold is fully assembled, ready to go. Are you ready for a Steel?
Leonard and the gang at Coast to Coast, 500 Kyler and Monett, your source for every steel.
You're welcome at Bruner Pharmacy. For 3 generations, nearly 40 years, Bruner Pharmacy family has lived, worked, supported the fine Monett community that they call Bruner Pharmacy is a full-line pharmacy, Hallmark Gold Crown Gift Center, where items and gift ideas are added continuously. Now you can log on to their new website, BrunerPharmacy.com, to place your order and view their partial listing of prescription plans available. Now for free delivery with city limits, compounding services, speaking staff, and accept nearly insurance plans. All with fast service. Bruner Pharmacy, your local Gold Crown gift store. Continue grades to meet your every pharmaceutical giving need at 321 East Monett.
Being active is one of the things you can do for lifelong. When you experience pain from running, cycling, or other exercise, you don't need to stay on the sideline. Cox Monett Hospital has a team of sports medicine experts help all ages and skill levels. If your symptoms don't resolve after or last more than 10 days, give us a call at 417-266-2480.
A bulldozer.
That's funny stuff. I'm just glad the Huffmaster Insurance aren't sleeping on the job. Helped me evaluate my insurance needs for each exposure I have and gave me some options that were available before. And they helped us straight without compromising our coverage. We'll package all our insurance so we don't have coverage.
Dad, that's grown-up stuff. What does that really mean?
It means that now I'm asleep at night, knowing our farm is well protected.
Upmaster Insurance, 8th and 7th Street in Monett. Call 253-5555.
Cub Sports on 95.9 KL The Buzz. This live broadcast of high school the Talon Sports Network is brought to you in part by Sportscaster Club members. The Berry County Department, whether you need your well water tested or about flu shots, check with the Berry County Health offices in Monett and Cassville. Cassville office at 847-2140 or the Monett office at 354-02 for more information. Freedom, Southern Missouri, with locations in Cassville, Brewer, Shell Knob, and visit them online at freedombk.com. When your belly is raging for something Cajun or hand-cut steak, or head on over to the Bayou on Highway 60 in Monett. Insurance agent in Vernon. For life, auto, or health, call
Ready for some second half football. Here we go. On your feet. Let's make some noise. Come on.
Back at Mount Vernon High School, we're ready for second half action. Leonard, I would not be surprised to see an onside kick here. Tom Cox, you never know what he's going to do, so the Cubs need to be prepared for just about anything here as we start the third quarter. It's a low tumbling kick, but not onside, that's fielded at the 12-yard line, and the Cub return man had his knee on the ground, so no return. Brian Parra Navarro, I believe, fielded it at the 13, and that's where Monett will have it.
And I think it was the right call. He got up, he kind of fumbled and then got up, thought maybe he got up before he had possession, but his knee was down before that. So they called it down, and it's going to be a terrible field position for the Cubs, maybe the worst that they have had this year at their own 13-yard line. One good thing, though, we noticed that in the warm-ups before this half started that Mason Swearingen was moving around seemingly fairly well, so Mason may be back in this game.
That is indeed good news. Here's Meyer looking to pass, throws late over the middle, and it's nearly intercepted as the pass was intended out there to Kruger, thrown behind him, and boy, the Cubs dodged a bullet there.
Jaden Buttram got a hand on it for Mount Vernon, but couldn't quite pull it in. Ian was under great duress. In fact, one of the defenders actually had a hand on him as he threw it. Probably, would have been a wiser thing to just take the loss. But as it was, he avoided a sack. Second and 10 now for the Cubs from their 13.
Cubs come out with two receivers wide to the left. Michael Branch is the lone tailback. A high snap to Meyer. He's under a lot of pressure again and flips it to the near sideline. I believe that is Kruger with the reception as he's able to pick up a gain of 2, maybe 3 yards.
Number 33, Dustin Hearn on the tackle for the Mountaineers. Is there a flag on the play, or what's the discussion?
Well, there is a flag.
I believe there is a flag on the play.
Personal foul against the Mountaineers, and the Cubs the play will stand. It's a gain of 3 on the catch, and then a 15-yard penalty against the Mountaineers, and a first down for the Monett Cubs. I didn't see that at all.
I didn't either. I must have been roughing the passer. I'm guessing. I'm not sure what happened. First and 10 at any rate for the Cubs now from their own 31-yard line.
Cubs to the line of scrimmage. Meyer will work under center. Takes the snap, pitches to Crawford, running left side, now reverses his field, and he is in a bunch of trouble as he swarmed under near the 25-yard line. That'll be a loss of 6, maybe 7 yards.
Great penetration by the Mountaineers, and 3 or 4 of them had Brody made the tackle. I happened to watch the Monett line on that play, and they were just riddled by the Mountaineers. The Mountaineers line is actually dominating the Cubs line at this point.
Second down, and we'll call it 17. The Cubs need to get to the 41-yard line for a first down. Meyer takes the snap, flips it left side to Branch, who about drops it, but gets it now to the 30, to the 35, and rolls out to about the 40-yard line, a gain of nearly 15 yards.
We have had some of the strangest plays. Michael juggled the ball a couple of times, finally got control of it, made a great run out to the 39. The ball came out somewhere along the line. Mount Vernon recovered it. But, I don't know what's happening. The Cubs are giving ground as if there's going to be a penalty against them.
What now?
Holding against the Cubs, they say. Okay. Boy, those yellow hankies are going to need to be washed after this game.
Oh, I see it. It's on the far side. So another 10-yard penalty. Remind me after the game not to ask Coach Ewell about penalties.
Now it is going to be second and, 16 for the Cubs.
16 for the Cubs. Meyer back to pass. Now flush from the pocket, up the middle he goes to the 30, still on his feet to the 35, and dives out to about the 37-yard line, so a gain of 12 yards on the scramble by the senior quarterback.
Finally dragged down there by number 19, Jaden Buttram, but a good gain for Ian Meyer. He did a good job of faking to throw the ball and pulled it down, and I don't know if it's designed to be a quarterback draw, but that's what it looked like. And same play again, and this time
he'll have
again,
the first
he's got
down
good
and more.
yardage.
Needed about 4, and he got much more than that, and the Cubs will have a first down. A gain of 11 on the play, and the Cubs are in business.
I think that time it was obviously a design play, and good yardage. Number 21, Andrew Montemeyer, and number 22, Will Boswell on the stop for the Mountaineers. But the Cubs now have moved out of dangerous territory. They started at their own 13. They're now out at their own 48, 1st and 10.
Nice drive started here by the Cubs as they come out with a single receiver to the near side. A couple wing backs, one on each side. Here's Howard with the carry, running near side, and a flag comes out. This will be another hold on the Cubs.
Right. Number 80 on the stop for the Mountaineers, that's Nolan Johnson. But once again, holding on the Cubs, and it's going to negate a run of about 3 yards, and the holding was in the backfield, so it's going to be after the 10-yard penalty, it's going to be 1st and about 23 for the Cubs.
All right, now, Leonard, blocking. You coach football, okay? You teach your kids to keep your hands inside the shoulders, inside the pads, right?
Right.
So,
and if your arm gets out and the player tries to go by, that's holding. But as long as you keep them in, you can almost grab their shirt. Sometimes they do, but the Cubs are not very clean with their blocking tonight and getting flagged for it right and left.
First down and long here. Scoreboard says second down, but it is first down. Here's Meyer throwing it over the middle to Crawford. He was wide open, and the ball goes through his hands, incomplete.
That was really a fine pass by Ian Meyer right in Brody Crawford's hands, and Brody just didn't bring it in.
Ball resting at the Cub 35. They need to get all the way to the Mountaineer 42. So 23 yards. Second and 23. Scoreboard now says third.
We've had a lot of confusion.
Oh, it has. Meyer takes a high snap, back to pass, throws. Far side, has his man to the 35, to the 40. It's Brian Parra-Navarro to the 45, to the 50, to the 45, and spins forward for a Cub first down.
What a nifty move by Brian to get to the outside and pick up that first down. Trying to get the number of the Mount Vernon tackler. I believe number 24, Jarrett Mass. Would that be Massey? I can't see the numbers that far across the field and with this poor lighting.
Gain of 25 and a first down for the Cubs. Brian Parra-Navarro now with 140 yards unofficially in receiving. Here's the quarterback keeping it himself up the middle. He goes inside the 40 to about the 38, a gain of a couple. They'll bring up 2nd and 8.
Number 79, Caden Heisner on the stop for the Mountaineers. Gain of 2 on the play, 2nd and 8 for the Cubs.
Cubs with 4 receivers, 2 to each side. Meyer will work out of the shotgun. Michael Branch will be behind him by a couple of yards. It'll be Branch now running right side. Gets down to about the 35 for a gain of 3, and it'll bring up 3rd and 5. So, Leonard, let me ask you this question. What in the world has Mount Vernon done differently this week from previous weeks? How are they able to contain Branch tonight?
I'm not sure. Well, they're getting penetration. They're getting to Michael before he has a chance to get up steam for the most part, and there's not much of a hole there. They're actually defeating the Monett offensive line for the most part tonight. I'm amazed at that.
3rd down and 5 for the Cubs. Play clock inside 5 seconds, and the Cubs are going to need to take a timeout here. With 6:51 left here in the 3rd quarter, Monett leads at 28-6. This is the initial drive of the second half. Cubs have held it 4 over 5 minutes. And in comes Daisy. We have a winner, so we are able. Let me see. All right, Ann Cook is our winner tonight. Congratulations to Ann, who won a family pass to all home Monett Cub contest in the fall and winter. Congratulations, Ann, and thank you for listening to Monett Cub football here on KKBL. A nice prize tonight. We'll have another giveaway later in the second half, so stay tuned for more. So there's another opportunity for a lucky listener to win later in tonight's broadcast. 6:51 left here in the third quarter. Monett 28, Mount Vernon 6. If nothing else, Leonard, if the Cubs do not score here, they've successfully eaten a lot of time off the second half clock.
They have that, you're right. But I'm amazed, too, at the Mount Vernon defense. It's looked very strong tonight against the run.
3rd down and 5. Meyer back to pass, throws over the middle, diving attempt, and it's going to be incomplete there.
It was intended for Jed Anderson. Jed made a good attempt, but couldn't quite get to it before it hit the turf. The pass was low. So it's going to bring up
4th down and 5. And the Cubs will keep the offense on the field here. Meyer will empty the backfield. And we'll work out of the shotgun here. The Cubs face 4th down and 5 from the 35-yard line. Meyer back to pass. Pressure coming. He's hit. Stays alive. Flips it out to Branch. And, oh, my goodness, they've called him down. Wow, that play was going to go for big yardage for the Cubs.
Well, it would have been a touchdown if it had allowed to stay. The forward progress was stopped. Ian was in the grasp of the defender and pushed backward, and he did a great job of throwing the ball in spite of that. But I can't really disagree with that call. I think forward progress had stopped, and I think the whistle blew, and that was almost a great play for the Cubs, but it turned out to be a great play for the Mountaineers. They take over the ball 1st and 10 from their own 43-yard line.
You know, I usually agree with you, Leonard, but I'm not sure I'm going to on that one.
Okay, that's all right.
That was a good effort by Ian Meyer.
It really
however.
was.
Well, here comes the Mountaineers, 1st and 10. Hadlock to pass, fires far side, has his man who's hit right away after a gain of about 5 yards.
Brian Paro Navarro with the first initial hit, got some help later, but he made the first contact. Looks like a gain of about
5
5. Yeah, okay, gain of 5, 2nd and 5 for the Mountaineers.
Here come the Mountaineers on 2nd down, pass near side. The pass caught by Montemayor. Gain of a couple out to the 50-yard line.
Jed Anderson made the first contact, and Brennan Kruger came in to finish him off. Gain of about 2 on the play, 3rd and 3 for the Mountaineers.
Mountaineers will be in hurry-up offense the rest of the way, I'm sure, in tonight's contest. They come out with 4 receivers. Hadlock out of the shotgun. Takes the snap, back to pass, throws over the middle. It's tipped away, incomplete, and that'll bring up 4th down and 3.
That was a fine job by Brennan Kruger. He was actually running in front of the intended receiver. The ball was off of his hands, but he shielded the receiver from the ball quite legally because he was just running in front of him. So great play by Brennan Kruger on that play. 4th and 3 for the Mountaineers.
And Mount Vernon will go for it here from the 50. Hadlock, the quarterback, takes the snap, rolls to the right, throws to the right, has his man, and it'll be a 1st down. I believe that was Robinson out there with the reception.
Trying to get the numbers.
Actually, it's Montemayor.
I believe it's Coy Butterworth and Michael Branch on the stop, but a gain of about 4 or 5 on the play. Good for a 1st and 10 for the Mountaineers, with the ball now resting just outside their 49-yard line.
Substitute quickly into the game for the Mountaineers is Buttram. He'll line up wide to the right. Quarterback flips it near side to Montemayor, who stumbles and goes down in the backfield. The completion will go for -1, maybe -2 yards.
I believe they'll call it -1. the pass was a little bit behind the receiver, and bringing it in, he lost his balance and fell.
Hadlick back to pass, flush from the pocket. He's hit and spun down in the backfield. It'll be a sack, a loss of about 5 yards.
Coy Butterworth got the first contact, and then he got a lot of help from his friends, but a loss, as you say, on the play, a sack of the quarterback. It's going to bring up third and about 17.
Ball resting at
16.
Yeah, 48. They need to get to the 36. Hadlick will work out of the shotgun, has a single back behind him. Now he'll come out to the near side. Here's a pass over the middle that is incomplete as it short hops the intended receiver, and it'll bring up 4th down and long.
There was no chance for that play to be productive, even if it had been complete. Brian Pyro-Navarro was right there on top of the receiver, who went down low to try to receive it, but it was too low. So brings up 4th now and about 16 for the Mountaineers.
They send down their punting unit here. From the 48-yard line, snap back is a good one. Hadlick's punt is blocked, and the Cubs will scoop it up at the 40 to the 30, to the 20, 10, 5, touchdown Cubs. Patrick Valentine with the touchdown. And there's more of a hitting up here in the press box than there is on the field.
That's Patrick Valentine's first touchdown of his varsity career. These chairs slide away. I have to stand up to see that part of the field, and the chair slid away from me, so I just took a fall.
You all right?
Don't give anybody credit for that tackle, though, except the chair.
Okay, we're going to call that about a 35-yard punt block return for a touchdown. You all right, Leonard?
I'm fine, yes.
I got a story for you as soon as this PAT is concluded.
351. Every time I stand up, the chair runs away.
PAT is on its way. It's up, and it bangs off the upright but goes through. That's 2 times tonight that Cameron Cody has hit the upright, but they've gone through each time. 35-6 our score with 3:51 left. And Leonard, I'm going to tell you a story, all right?
What was the yardage on that bench?
We're going to say 35. It is
right.
35, 36 yards. We'll go 35-yard
block punt
return for a touchdown. Okay, I was down at Cassville one night doing a ball game, getting ready to do a ball game, and they kind of had a riser set up there, as you well know.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to set my chair, and the back leg was not on the riser.
Oh, my goodness.
So I went head over heels inside that press box and brought just about every piece of equipment with me that I could possibly do. So I feel your pain, brother, when you have a mishap in the press box. That night, however, we were able to get back on the air. Tonight, we had no issues, so here we go. Cubs lead at 35-6.
Well, for our listeners, I'm sitting where my normal position, I can only see half of the field. So when it's on the other half of the field, I have to stand up and lean forward. When I do that, my chair slides away. And when I went to sit down, the chair was gone.
They're great chairs. They just roll real easy. Here's a kickoff down to the 5 that's finally scooped up at the 3, returned to the 10, to the 15. And out near the 21-yard line, that's where Mount Vernon will have it.
Wow, after a muff play, that almost broke for a touchdown.
I know it.
But Brennan Kruger made the stop and prevented it, but that returner was just about to break into the open for the Mountaineers. Ball's going to be spotted at the 23-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Mountaineers from their own 23.
Mount Vernon now trailing 35-6. Hadlick out of the shotgun, fires far side. The pass caught, but a big hit out there. No gain on the play.
Michael Branch just branded that ball, the receiver. The Mountaineers are completing quite a few passes for losses. That was a completion, but a loss of about, is it that far?
About 7.
I didn't realize he was that deep in the backfield, but a loss of about 7 on the play.
To Massey, now the Mountaineers face 2nd and long. Hadlock back to pass, going to fire near side, and this one is incomplete as he overshoots his intended receiver, Chance Fenton. And Fenton had a huge night last week, Leonard.
Did he?
Tonight, yet to get a catch.
Brody Crawford was there on the defense, but the pass was overthrown. It's sort of a desperation throw that they're making because of the pressure from the Cubs front. The quarterback is throwing it, very early, and most of the time missing connections with that deep receiver.
3rd down and long. Scoreboard says 2nd down. Here's a pass over the middle to Robinson. He's still in the backfield and is able to pick up a net gain of a couple as he gets it out near the 20-yard line.
Coy Butterworth on the stop there. Michael Branch hit the quarterback just as he was throwing the ball and knocked him at least 5 yards backwards.
Yeah, he was all over the quarterback, and now the Mountaineers face 4th down, even though the scoreboard still says 3rd down. 4th down from the 20, the punt unit on. Hadlock is the punter. He had his last kick blocked. Snap back is a good one. He gets this one away. It's fielded at the 48 by Para Navarro. Good job that time by Brian, and he's able to return it for a couple of yards, but by catching that, he saved the Cubs a lot of yardage.
Right. That punt earlier had rolled like 17 yards or so after it hit. And now Brian, I think, is shaken up on the play.
Yeah, he's still down on his back at the 48-yard line. Hopefully he'll be all right. Looks like he's trying to get up. Now they're working on is it maybe a cramp?
I'm thinking this is a cramp, probably.
Yeah, I hope so.
From the way they're reacting to it.
Well, Leonard, we haven't had much chance to talk about the turn of events here. Cubs now 35-6, and their special teams found a way to score tonight. This is a team that is proving to be opportunistic, and tonight they've made something out of nothing many times. And they're building a big lead here against a pretty good team.
Well, you mentioned this at halftime, even though the Cubs were up 28-6. It felt like it was a pretty even game. And now it's 35-6, and it still feels like a pretty even game. But the Cubs have broken some long plays and were opportunistic, as you pointed out, with the return of that block punt. And they're putting enough pressure on the Mount Vernon quarterback. He's hitting the short passes, but oftentimes the Cubs are there to make the tackle, and he's completing them in his backfield. And oftentimes their passes haven't had a net gain, even though completed. So, again, it's for the Cubs. The thing that has unfavorably impressed me tonight is the Cubs' offensive line has not dominated the Mount Vernon defensive line at all. In fact, it's been just the opposite. So I'm disappointed with that. But there have been some great individual efforts and still some great defense on the part of the Cubs.
We'll see if the Cubs offer up a big dose of Michael Branch and try to get the ground game going. Here comes Michael on 1st down. He bounces outside to the 45 to the 40 and spins his way down to about the 36 for a gain of nearly 10 yards on that 1st down scamper.
Tackled there by Andrew Montemayor for the Mount Vernon Mountaineers. A gain of, about 9 yards?
Okay, that's a 1st down, Leonard.
They're going to measure?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, he picked up 10.5 yards. If the chains are spotted right, I'm going to write it down.
Remember, you're writing in ink.
I know it. I've been wrong all night or been proven wrong. Well, I tell you what, if that 1st down earlier in the game when Meyer took the quarterback sneak, if that was a 1st down, this one's got to be a 1st down. Come on.
We shall see.
Chain gang comes out. They stretch the chains. And by half a football, it's a 1st down.
No, a fourth of a football. It wasn't half.
Oh, Leonard.
Be accurate. Don't stretch things, Mitch.
1st down Cubs, they're 14th. Oh, my. I tell you what. I don't think there's a full moon tonight, but one would think there was. 2:10 left here, 3rd quarter action. The Cubs lead at 35-6. Michael Branch, the tailback, he's 7 yards deep here. He'll take the pitch, running left side, cuts it up now, dives forward down to about the 35. The ball comes loose, and the Mountaineers feel like they have the turnover. And they do. It's a turnover that gives it back to the Mountaineers after a gain of a yard.
Mountaineers had good containment there to keep Michael from getting outside. When he turned up, he runs hard, but sometimes he forgets to protect that football, and it came out, and the Mountaineers recovered. So another turnover by the Cubs, and Mountaineers have the ball 1st and 10 from their own 35.
Mountaineers scored early in this contest to make it 7-6. They've been shut out since. Looking to try to get back into this one. Hadlick, the quarterback, back to pass, fires over the middle. Has his receiver out to the 40 and no more as he tumbles forward maybe for an extra yard. That'd be a gain of about 6 yards.
Aaron Howard hit the receiver as soon as the ball got there, but good pass and good catch. Gain of about 6 for the Mountaineers. 2nd and 4.
That's the 18th completion tonight for the Mountaineers. Hadlick out of the shotgun. Back to pass. He's going to fire near side. The ball up in the air is caught on the near sideline by Fenton, his first catch of the night.
That time, the quarterback Hadlock gauged the distance properly through a beautiful pass to number 15, Chance Fenton. For the Cubs, Anderson was there to push him out of bounds, but a completion, fine completion by the Mountaineers.
Here's a draw play to Robinson. Makes a man miss. He's to the 30 and down to the Cub 25. That'll be a gain of 13 yards and a first down.
Robinson looks like a good, hard running back to me. And he did a great job there picking up a 1st and 10. So 1st and 10 for the Mountaineers.
And here they come on first down. Hadlick back to pass, fires deep right side, and the pass thrown behind his intended receiver. It'll bring up 2nd and 10.
Ian Meyer was out there on defense for the Cubs, but the pass was overthrown.
Ball resting at the Cub 25. 2nd down and 10. Garrett Hadlick, the quarterback, takes the snap. He'll roll to the right. Now throws it late and fires to the far sideline, and the pass caught out there near a first down.
Para Navarro was there on the defense and hit the receiver just as soon as the ball got there, but the receiver did a good job of holding on to it. Looks like a gain of 9 on the play, 3rd and 1 for the Mountaineers.
Clock momentarily stopped with 48 seconds left. Here's a dive play to Robinson, and he's inside the 10, tripped up near the goal line, and all the way down to the 1 yard line for a gain of 15.
Ian Meyer on the stop, but again, an impressive play by the Mountaineers. All of a sudden, they're just dominating the Cubs defense.
1st and goal from the 1. Hadlick will work out of the shotgun. Takes the snap. Now a stop in action here. Well, if they stopped it, it's probably a procedure call. It's an encroachment call against the Cubs.
That's one of the shortest penalties on record there. It's half the distance to the goal, and it was just about 18 inches from the goal line to start with.
Yeah, the ball resting just outside the goal line. So the Mountaineers looking for their 2nd score of the game. Hadlick will work out of the shotgun. He takes the snap. He gives to Robinson, and Robinson powers his way into the end zone for a touchdown. Robinson from 1 yard out with 21.3 seconds left before the end of the 3rd quarter. 21.3 seconds. Robinson scores from 1 yard out on the dive play. The Mountaineers will keep the offensive unit on the field. They'll go for 2. The ball placed on the left hash mark. Hadlick, the quarterback in shotgun, takes the snap. He rolls to the right. Throws it late over the middle, and he has his man in the end zone for the 2-point conversion. That's Boswell. Boswell with a 2-point conversion. And just like that, it's 35-14. Mountaineers draw closer, down by 21 here late in the third quarter. That was an impressive drive from the Mountaineers as they mixed the run and the pass nicely. After the Michael Branch fumble, the Mountaineers capitalize to get their second touchdown of the game.
They really dominated the Cubs in that drive. They ran the ball, they passed the ball well, and I don't know if the Cubs are letting down. Of course, the Cubs are missing Mason Swearingen, and the Cubs are kind of bunged up in this game. So I'm glad that we don't have too long to go if Mount Vernon continues the way they went in that drive.
And, I'm taking a look out there. The normal return man for the Cubs is Brian Parra Navarro, and he went down earlier, but I guess he's over here to the near side.
Yes.
Aaron Howard is the deep back, standing at the 5. So the Mountaineers set to kick it away. It's a low line drive kick that's fielded by Navarro. Cubs come out with a reverse, and the ball given to Howard. Up the middle he comes to the 20, to the 25, out to the 27. That's where Monett will have it, 1st and 10.
Some trickery there. The Mountaineers were not fooled very much, and good tackle made by the Mountaineers. Cubs are going to put the ball in play 1st and 10 from about their own 27-yard line.
Now Cubs with a snap here will get to the fourth quarter. I don't think you'll see anything fancy here on 1st down. Cubs come out with a receiver wide left and right. Kind of an offset eye look as Turner's to the left. Here's a handoff to Michael Branch. Up the middle he comes. He has stood up and now leans forward out to about the 30-yard line for a gain of 3 yards, and that'll take us to the end of the third quarter.
A mob of Mountaineers in on the tackle there. As you say, a gain of about 3 is going to bring up 2nd and 7 for the Cubs from their own 30 when we start this fourth quarter of play.
Which we will do after this timeout. Our score, Monett 35, Mount Vernon 14. Back with the final 12 minutes after this timeout.
Hey, what are you doing today? I'm Darren from the Bayou Restaurant, and we are live on Web TV. We got all your favorite high school football games, so come join us. You got this, you got lots of fun and food. We're at 864 Highway 60, 235-7800. Web TV's alive and well in Monett, Missouri, and
First State Bank of Purdy.
We are overdue to give you a station identification, so a reminder that you're listening to Big 8 Conference Football on KKBL 95.9 FM in Monett. A reminder that you can catch live streaming video of tonight's action on MonettWebTV.com, and that brought to you in part by Country Dodge, South Highway 37 in Cassville. Call 847-2137. This game brought to you in part by Sports World. For in-stock area team clothing and Letterman jackets, or for screen printing and embroidery on shirts, caps, and more, call 847-5366. We enter period number 4. The Cubs lead at 35-14. 2nd down and 7 from the 30. Michael Branch with a dive play running right, and he's knocked down after a gain of just a yard, so the Cubs will face 3rd down and long.
Very fine tackle there by the Mountaineer, whose number I haven't been able to see yet, but he was number 77 for the Mountaineers. That is Austin Peak, and he took on the blocker and tackled Michael Branch all at the same time. A really fine defensive play.
3rd down and a long 6 here for the Cubs from the 31. Meyer will work under center, and I believe the Cubs will take a timeout. The play clock was all the way down near 0, so the Cubs will take a timeout, and that gives me the opportunity to remind you that this game brought to you in part by Quick Draw Gun in Monett, the place to buy, sell, or trade firearms of all types. Quick Draw Gun, right off Highway 60 in Monett at 601 South Kyler, or you can visit them online at quickdraw.com. Leonard, I better do this or I forget. It's time for tonight's second giveaway. Be the first person to text Go Cubs. We'll use the same catchphrase. Go Cubs number 2. How about that? Go Cubs 2 to 417-229-4958. Again, text Go Cubs and the number 2 to 417-229-4958, and you'll win 4 adult passes to the Verona Maze, and I'll talk more about that in just a moment. Here's a dive play to Branch right up the middle, and he's shut down after a gain of just a couple, and it's going to bring up 4th down for the Cubs.
Number 51, James Lee, made the first contact. Then he got help from other people, but Michael Branch is finding it awfully hard to get through that line of scrimmage tonight. I'm impressed with the Mountaineers' defensive line.
So for the first time tonight, Aaron Howard will come on to punt it away as the Cubs face 4th down and a long 4 here from their 32-yard line. Snap back is a high one over the head of Howard. He goes back to pick it up and will run it out now to the 10, to the 15, 20, out near the 30, to the 35. He'll have a first down and more, still on his feet, all the way to the Mountaineers' 45-yard line. Golly.
For those of you just on the radio, the snap was so far over Howard's head that he had to run back at least 15 yards to corral it, and the Mount Vernon rush was not there yet. I thought he should have picked it up and punted it, but instead he picked it up and ran to his right, got around the right side of their defense, came back to the middle, and made a tremendous run out of it. 1st and 10 for the Cubs from the Mount Vernon 45.
Gain of 22, and he picked that ball up at his 1-yard line after a high snap. So you talk about making lemonade out of lemons. Aaron Howard did just that. Here's Anderson with a pitch, running right side. A flag comes out. It's been a few plays since we've seen one of those. We're going to have another hold against the Cubs. And the Cubs are going to face 1st and very long. They'll mark off a 10-yard penalty from the point of the infraction.
I don't know what the record is for number of holding penalties in a game, but the Cubs have to be approaching that, I would think. By the way, Jed Anderson did a fine job of running the ball and would have had some positive yardage if it had not been for the holding penalty.
Well, I'm going to make sure I count this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 penalties on the Cubs, and 5 of them holding calls.
Just 5? Seems like there was more than that.
Well, there was a personal foul mixed in there, too.
Right.
So
it's going to bring up 1st and about 24 for the Cubs.
Whew. Wow, costly penalty. 4 yards deep in the backfield, and then 10-yard penalty from the spot. Here comes Branch on a dive to the 45, to the 50, to the 45. Breaks a tackle to the 40, to the 35, to the 30. Breaks another tackle to the 20, 15, 10, and all the way down near the 6-yard line.
Finally dragged down by number 33. That's Dustin Hearn, and number 19, Jaden Buttram. That should make a highlight reel for Branch.
I think so.
To his college recruiters.
He doubled his output for the night. He had 50 yards prior to that snap. He now has 103 after a 53-yard carry and a first down for the Cubs. And Michael broke 2 or 3 tackles along the way. It's 1st and goal from, I guess I'll spot him at the 7-yard line. Now a stop in action here, a timeout charge to the Mountaineers. And again, I want to remind our listeners, I haven't heard if we had a winner or not, but if you are the first to text 417-229-4958, text Go Cubs 2, since it's our second giveaway, Go Cubs 2, and you will be the winner of 4 adult passes to the Verona Maze. And the Verona Maze is open from September 17th through October the 29th. I've been there a time or two. It's kind of a neat adventure for a family. September 17th through October the 29th, the 2016 Verona Maze.
On that last run by Michael Branch, he broke through the line of scrimmage and finally found some daylight. A defensive back came up to tackle him, and Michael ran over him sort of like a car running over an armadillo and kept going, and a couple of defenders caught up with him, and Michael just sort of slung them off and kept going. And finally, two defenders finally brought him down at the 12-yard line, but at least 5 Mountaineers had a chance to tackle him before he was actually brought down.
First and goal for the Cubs from the Mountaineers 7. Meyer will take the snap and give to Branch, who fumbles the ball. This time the Cubs able to recover it. One of the linemen able to jump back on it.
I'm not sure. That's big number 75, I believe.
71.
Oh, number 71, Aiden Brown. I'm not sure Michael ever really had control of that ball. I think it was a missed handoff. Sometimes Michael has a tendency not to hold on, but I think that was probably not his fault. I don't think he ever really had it in his possession.
The game clock rolling inside, 8:45 left in this one. The Cubs lead it 35-14. Knocking on the door. Here's Michael Branch up the middle. He'll cut back across the grain, dives inside the 5, down to about the 4 for a gain of 3. It'll bring up 3rd down and goal.
Third and goal from, it looks like the 4 maybe now that they've spotted it.
Cubs will need to capitalize here. Mountaineers scored on their last possession. Cubs need to answer here with 8 minutes left in the final quarter. 3rd and goal from the 4. Meyer takes the snap, gives on the reverse to Howard to the right side,
and
to the goal line, and into the end zone for a touchdown. Aaron Howard on the end around, able to get in and score the touchdown for the Cubs.
I believe Aaron's shaken up now. Someone is walking very slowly back. I believe it was there, and he was hit very, very hard after he had crossed the goal line. Now Michael Branch is carrying him off the field.
7:55 left here in the fourth quarter. As Howard scores from 4 yards out, the PAT upcoming by Cameron Cody. Snap back, ball down, kick up. It's high enough, it's long enough, and it is good. So Cody connects out of the hold of the backup quarterback, Tommy Sangston. He's a perfect 6 for 6 tonight. 7:55 left in this one. The Cubs lead at 42-14 back after this timeout.
As teenagers, everyone wanted to go Jeeping, and then you became an adult, you forgot about having fun? Come on, Springfield. I know you better than that. If it's been a while since you've smiled, come test drive a new Jeep at Youngblood. Right now, prices are at their lowest to get you in a Jeep. The summer clearance event at Youngblood Chrysler Jeep. Come ask for Gentry specials this August.
Call 235-8688. They're serving the Lawrence, Berry, and Stone County regions. The upcoming kickoff brought to you by Home Shield Pest Control. With over 20 years of industry experience, they can tackle any unwanted insect or pest with an affordable, safe, and effective method. Be sure to call Daniel Vineyard today at 772-4177. Kickoff in the air, comes down to the 5, return to the 10, to the 15, out to the 20, to the 25, to the 30. Big run by Montemayor across the 40 to the 43. And Mount Vernon's in business again.
Angel Rabadon on the stop for the Cubs. Actually, sort of a touchdown savings tackle. If he hadn't made that tackle, the Mount Vernon Mountaineer was ready to break into the open field.
There is a flag on the play.
We've heard that before tonight.
We have, and this is another holding.
Offensive, use of the hand, illegal use of hands or holding is the call.
And the flag, I'm still trying to spot the flag. Must have been thrown somewhere around the 33, so they'll march it back to the 23. So that cost the Mountaineers about 19 yards in field position. So they'll have it 1st and 10 from the 23. I was trying to hear some of the scores from the PA. Cassville beat East Newton, but I heard 22-15. I don't know if that's right or not.
I didn't hear that at all, and I was writing and I couldn't remember what he was saying.
And Lamar was big over Aurora, 58
to nothing or something like that.
And Seneca beat McDonald County, but a close game. Here on 1st down, a pass caught out there by Fenton, and the Mountaineers will have a 1st down after a gain of about 14 yards.
Jed Anderson on the stop for the Cubs. Big play by the Mountaineers. 1st and 10 from their own 32 now.
1st down and 10 for the Mountaineers. Haddock takes the snap, back to pass. Timing route is caught, and it'll be another 1st down. This time it's Jarrett Massey.
Ian Meyer on the stop for the Cubs, but once again the Mountaineers are just dissecting the Cubs defense as they did on their last drive. The Cubs seem unable to stop them all of a sudden. Mountaineers have a player shaken up now. Number 24 for them is limping to the sideline. That's Jarrett Massey, their primary, one of their primary receivers.
Yeah, and that's a big blow. He has 9 catches tonight for 78 yards. 1st and 10, Mount Vernon. They have it in Cubs territory at the 49. Empty backfield for Hadlick. Takes the snap, back to pass, fires left side. Again, a catch out there. Fenton breaks a tackle and gets down inside the 35.
Number 89, Brennan Kruger, finally made the stop after one of the other Cubs had missed the tackle. And again, the Mountaineers are just moving down the field as if the Cubs are not there almost.
Pitch and catch for the Mountaineers here on 3 plays. They've picked up big gains. 1st down at the 35 is Garrett Hadlock taking a low snap, scrambling to get it. It's still on the ground.
I believe the Cubs may have it.
I think he might have got it back. I think the quarterback able to scramble back there and get it and save a turnover, but it'll be a big loss on the play, a loss of 10 yards for the quarterback.
It's going to bring up 2nd and 20 for the Mountaineers. The snap was low, and the quarterback Garrett Hadlock could not quite bring it in. And Cubs were there then and almost recovered it, but Hadlock got it back.
Empty backfield for Hadlock, back to pass. He'll roll right, throws right, has his man who's hit at the 40, breaks a tackle, but he was blown dead, so there is some consistency there.
Well, Brian had him in his grasp, Brian Parra Navarro, and was driving him back, and the whistle blew, and Brian let him go, so it looked like he had escaped the tackle, but Brian heard the whistle blow and let him go, but he was driving him backwards up the field.
That pass was caught by Cameron Hutchinson for a gain of 5. It's 3rd down and 15. It was Hutchinson's first catch of the night. Ball resting at the Cub 39. The clock rolling with 5:45 left in the contest. Monett on top 42-14. Hadlock back to pass, scrambling. Here comes a flag out. Pass thrown down the far sideline is incomplete. A flag thrown in the interior of the line, usually a holding penalty.
Hadlock did a great job of avoiding pressure and getting the ball to that receiver. The receiver simply didn't catch it, but as it turned out, it would have been nullified anyway by a penalty.
Chop block. That's a major infraction, and the flag thrown at the 39. Cubs, if they decline it, it'll be 4th and 15. But this is a major infraction. They're going to decline
it. They're going to decline it.
They are going to decline it and set up 4th down here. All right, so here we go. The Mountaineers will keep the offense on the field. obviously down by 28 points. Massey checks back in. It's good to see that he's okay. He's out here to the near sideline as the Mountaineers offer up 5 wide receivers. Hadlick out of the shotgun. Takes the snap, back to pass, fires far side. This one up for grabs there, and it's incomplete. And now a flag comes out.
Why? Jed Anderson did a good job of fighting for the ball with the defender and slapped it away. The crowd reacted. I'm not sure.
That is not an interference call, but there are 2 flags out. Well, it's going to be interference. Personal foul.
No, I don't think they called interference.
Nope.
I think it was Jed's kind of threw him down after the deal, but this is football.
Tackle football.
But that's, that's what the crowd reacted to, but that's not in my opinion, there was no penalty there. But why is Mount Vernon giving, okay, they're coming back to the line of scrimmage to step it off.
And that
should give the Mountaineers a 1st and 10, I believe.
Yep, it will at the 24.
But anyway, Jed did a good job of defending the pass and knocking it down. And he had some contact with the defender as he sort of pushed him after the play, but it was all part of the act. So I saw no reason for flag there, but the official did. So 1st and 10 for the Mountaineers.
From the Cub 24. And here we go with 5:08 left here in the 4th quarter. Hadlick out of the shotgun, takes the snap, flips it to Robinson. I think that's a backwards lateral, and the ball is still alive, and it's recovered by the Mountaineers.
Finally recovered over there for the Mountaineers by, I believe, number 19.
Is it Buttram that got it?
I believe so. Number 19, Jaden Buttram. Again, once you get to the far side of the field with these lights, it's hard to read the numbers. They're good numbers when they're bright. You can read them, but the lights are poor toward the end zone, the far side.
We're going to say a -4 on the play. And I guess we'll credit Robinson for the -4. It's an unfortunate for him, but it did go off his hands, the lateral, and recovered by the Mountaineers. 4:43 left here in the 4th quarter. Monett leading 42-14. There's a timeout on the field. We'll just keep it right here. I tell you what, a long, long game. It's 9:30 in the evening, and a reminder that you're listening to Big 8 Conference Football on KKBL 95.9.
All these passes incomplete and first downs and scoring, and it makes for a long game.
And penalties.
Yes,
and penalties. And marking the ball off in the wrong direction. They've moved to north and south, though. They've never went east to west with a penalty. So, well you got to. Oh, my.
These officials have had their hands full with this game.
They have. Started
both
early.
Both teams are playing hard and hitting hard
but you never like to see, as a spectator or as a coach, especially this many penalties.
Right.
2nd down and 14. Here's another lateral out here. It's going to be a throwback.
Pass,
and it's intended for Massey for the touchdown.
Touche, they said. That's the same play the Cubs ran against Mount Vernon for a touchdown.
28-yard touchdown pass from Sammy Robinson to Jarrett Massey. 28 yards. So Robinson, the tailback, is able to team up with Jarrett Massey for the touchdown with a PAT upcoming by Buttram. Out of the hold of Hadlick. Snap back, ball down, the kick up. It's high enough, it's long enough, and it is good as it creeps over the crossbar. 4:34 left in this one. Our score is 42-21 in favor of the Monett Cubs, even though the scoreboard says 42-23. We're going to slip away. We'll be back with the final 4 minutes after this timeout.
School's about to start. Back to school sales on markers, crowns, kid clothes, but what you want is to save money on a car. This month, save big during our back to school event only at Youngblood Nissan. Right now, lease the 2016 Rogue for $189 a month, the 2016 Pathfinder for $279 a month, or the 2016 Sentra for only $149 a month. To see more, visit our website, check us out on Facebook, or swing by and our friendly sales staff will be happy to show you around. Youngblood Nissan. We make it easy for you.
In this one, Monett 42, Mount Vernon 21. Following that 28-yard touchdown pass from the tailback Robinson to the wide receiver Massey. Massey putting together a great night as he has 10 catches for 106 yards and a touchdown. Mount Vernon to kick it away, a high end-over-end kick that comes down at the Cub 25. It's still a live ball that's scooped up. The return to the 15, out to about the 20, and that's where the Cubs will have it. The return by Angel Rabadon. Cubs will have it at their own 20-yard line.
For the Mountaineers, Caden Heisner and Nolan Johnson on the stop. Cubs are going to put the ball in play first and 10, as you said, from their own 20.
Mount Vernon with 2 timeouts left. We'll see if they elect to use them here. Cubs, I'm sure, would be very happy to run out the clock here. I believe they've got a backup quarterback in, the Cubs. Tommy Sankston in.
Right.
Seeing his first action. Aaron Howard is it Murphy is the tailback?
Right, Murphy
takes
the ball.
Ball up the middle, is hit right away. No gain on the play.
Shane Lester on the stop for the Mountaineers.
Clock rolls as we approach 4 minutes left.
Cubs have a number of new players in on offense.
Up by 21, the Cubs, as you said, with a number of new players in here. Sankston at quarterback. Will give on the misdirection near side. And the Cub running back able to get it out to about the 25. Good hard run there by Darian McCracken.
Sammy Robinson on the stop for the Mountaineers.
The one thing that he did there, however, is he ran out of bounds, which stops the clock with 3:43 left. Cubs facing 3rd down and a long 5 from their own 25-yard line. Really, the last thing you wanted was to run out of bounds.
Right.
Trying to run some clock here. Murphy is the lone back behind Sankston. Here is Murphy running right side, is knocked forward across the 25 out to about the 27 for a gain of 2.
And number 77, Austin Peak, in on the stop for the Mountaineers, is going to bring up 4th down and a definite punting situation for the Cubs.
A little surprised that the Mountaineers aren't calling a timeout here. I mean, we're acting as if the game's over, but this is a team that can score pretty quick. 4th down and 3. This may be the Cubs' first punt. They tried to punt earlier. Howard will kick it away. High kick that drives the Mountaineers back. Takes a Cubs bounce inside the 30, inside the 25, still rolling. And the clock still rolling inside 2:50 left. Comes dead at the 22-yard line. So good effort there by Howard.
Excellent, excellent punt by Aaron Howard.
43 plus 7 is a 50-yard punt. No return, and Mount Vernon takes over with 2:48 left. Down by 3 scores. Leonard, it's going to be 10 o'clock before we start a post game.
It is.
You might turn into a pumpkin this week. First down for the Mountaineers. Hadlick out of the shotgun. Back to pass he goes, throws left side, has his man out there, Montemayor, as he gets out across the 30 and nearly picks up the first down. Be a gain of about 9, maybe 10 yards on the play. We'll see where they spot him.
Ian Meyer and Brennan Kruger on the stop for the Cubs. All of a sudden, Mount Vernon's making it look so easy to complete their passes.
Hadlock back to pass, rolling to the right. He's going to throw deep. Has Massey, who nearly makes a one-handed grab. What an effort there by a wonderful receiver. He's unable to come up with it, and it stops the clock with 2:11.
He landed on his back on the track there afterwards, too, and he was shaken up earlier, but he's making his way back to not to the huddle because they're not huddling, but he could have been hurt severely on that play.
Unofficially, the 40th pass tonight for the Mountaineers. 40 passes. Hadlock with 39, Robinson with 1. Third down and less than a yard. Hadlock gives on a draw play, and that's Robinson who breaks a tackle in the backfield, and he'll pick up the first down.
Finally run down by Michael Branch, but the Cubs have shown to be susceptible to the draw play tonight, too. Mount Vernon's had a number of good gains, letting the Monett rush past them, and the back taking the handoff on the draw play, having a lot of running room.
Here come the Mountaineers on 1st and 10. Hadlock gets a low snap. Now throws out here, man wide open. Montemayor has it into Cub territory inside the 45.
Jed Anderson made first contact, but Brian Parra-Navarro finally pinned him down. But once again, there are big holes in this Cub zone, and quarterback Garrett Hadlock is hitting them just with precision.
Ball at the Cub 43-yard line after a 19-yard gain. Hadlock back to pass again. Under pressure, throws it, has a man wide open, and that'll be a first down to the Cub 25.
And once again, there's a Cub shaken up on the play. I haven't caught the number of the Cub that made that tackle and is shaken up. The Cubs are in a zone defense. That's Anderson that was shaken up on that play.
1st and 10 Mountaineers from the 25. Hadlock is under pressure. He's hit, and down he goes. The Cubs finally get to him outside the 30 for a big sack on first down.
Patrick Valentine made first contact, and Angel Villalta came and helped him finish it off. Finally, a negative play for Mount Vernon. The Cubs defense finally set them back some.
2nd and long for the Mountaineers. Hadlock scoops up a low snap, looks right, now looks left, firing, has a man wide open, and the pass is caught for the touchdown. 33-yard touchdown pass. That was Fenton with the touchdown, 33 yards. And the Mountaineers draw closer. 49.1 seconds left. It's 42-27 with the PAT upcoming. Off the right foot of Jaden Buttram. 33-yard touchdown pass to Fenton, Chance Fenton. Snap back, ball down, the kick up. It's high enough, it's long enough, and it is good. So with 49.1 seconds left, Monett leads at 42-28. Tell you what, Mount Vernon has put together some nice scoring drives here late in the game. I know that the Cubs are playing a prevent defense. I know that they are banged up a little bit in the defensive secondary, but Mount Vernon
has
looking very sharp.
Yes, they have.
So now, Mountaineers surely will attempt a onside kick here with 49 seconds left. And for the Cubs, they need to recover this kick and run out the final 49 seconds to secure this victory.
Are you down or do you want more? Let's play some football.
Fans here at Mount Vernon getting excited about this one as they put up some points tonight again. This is a team that came in scoring the ball very well. Mount Vernon came in averaging 29 points a game. They've got 28. Kick away goes inside the 20, angling to the sideline. It's a live ball that's finally fielded by the Cubs. They were very casual about that. As Rabadon really didn't get over there to field it. He almost treated that as if it was like a punt.
Yeah, I don't think he understood. Jed Anderson finally had to come recover it. That was a dangerous play. Mount Vernon could almost have got it. Angel Rabadon was there and should have picked it up, and he didn't. I think he thought, as you say, it was like a punt, but it's a free ball, and Mount Vernon had picked it up. They could have run it in for a score.
Yeah, or at very least had it at the 15.
Yeah.
47.2 seconds left. And the Cubs have Sangston in at quarterback again. Mountaineers still with 2 timeouts. Sangston takes the snap, gives to Murphy, running right side. Murphy across the 15 out to about the 20. He'll pick up 5 yards. It'll be second down.
William Murphy running hard, and it took a whole host of Mountaineers to get him down. He gained 5 on the play, 2nd and 5 for the Cubs.
Clock continues to roll inside, 25 seconds left, and now the Cubs will just take a knee. And that will do it from Mount Vernon. The Mountaineers will go to the locker room with 2 timeouts in their pocket. They'll let the clock run out, and the Cubs are going to improve to 3-0 on the season. The Mountaineers will drop to 1-2. Monett 1-0 in the league. Mount Vernon 0-1 after a 42-28 victory for the Monett Cubs. We're going to slip away and catch our breath, hear from some of our great sponsors, and when we return, Leonard will go over tonight's very, very busy scoring summary. I'll take a look at post-game stats. We'll talk it over with some coaches. But first, this time out on the Talon Sports Network.
When buying a car, what's most important to you? Price? Selection? Service? How about a stress-free buying experience? At Jimmy Mitchell Motors, you can have it all. At Jimmy Mitchell Motors, every vehicle comes with our commitment to total customer satisfaction. Plus, you always get top dollar for your trade. With hundreds of new and pre-owned vehicles on the lot, now's the time to choose the one that's perfect for you. Visit us online or come see us in downtown Aurora today, and you'll see why we say,
nobody beats our deal.
Is now included with my shelter insurance policy. So if I get a flat tire, I just call and they take care of me. There's additional cost, but some restrictions apply.
Brought to you by Shelter Insurance. Andy Brandt for a free insurance rate.
For all things Monett Cubs, tune in KKBL 95.9 The Buzz. Foods Incorporated is the world's largest privately held cheese processing company. Is the largest private label cheese supplier to the retail market and the largest food cheese supplier. Customer loyalty, long-term job security depend on being what you do. Schreiber Foods has appreciated being a member of the Monett community. Forward to their continued involvement in year. More than 30 years ago, Jack Henry Associates was co-founded by the company's and Jerry Hall based on 3 fundamentals: do the right thing, do whatever takes, and have fun. These simple, powerful tenets have enabled the company to prosper in an extremely competitive business environment, to provide rewarding professional opportunities for associates, to establish a corporate culture that values integrity-based business relations, and to generate an impressive rate of return for its shareholders. Jack Henry & Associates, Highway 60 in Monett. Leader in aluminum solutions, they are shaping a future through a global reach and local presence. Extrusions, building systems, and precision. Indefinitely recyclable and highly aluminum is the perfect answer for many industries. Napa places great importance on providing a working environment and adhering to their 5 values. Staff employees have a common drive for success and a desire to serve their customers and community. For employment opportunities, visit 808 County Road or call 417-357841. Monett has been providing innovative aluminum solutions since 1965.
Hey, this is David from Monett Rolling Sales. Goofy Cardinal baseball guy. Yeah, everybody's wore that in the ground, haven't they? Tony and I, this Marlin, we're still out here east of Monett. 10 years now, renting equipment to lift, carry, very smooth, cut, still, level, wash, drive, mix, buff. You get the idea. Cousin Coach, he's not really our cousin. We just call him that. And can fix about anything, small engine-wise. Me, consistently, I show up to work on time. Hey, come see us 3 miles east of Monett 60 or call 236-03 and see what we can do for you.
It's no joke. Don't make it easy complicated when all you have to do is pick up the Monett Glass Amira call at 412-235-6018. From that broken window to custom shower doors, that pesky crack in your car window that's bigger, Monett Glass and Mirror can help. So don't wait. Give Jeff and the guys a call at 172-1. If it shatters, it matters at Monett Glass Avenue in Monett. Log on to Monett Glass 3568.
Benji Finsky and Leonard Bauer back with you from Mount Vernon High School tonight. The Cubs defeat the Mountaineers 42-28, and with the look at tonight's scoring summary, one that took 2 sides of a sheet of paper, here is my broadcast partner, Leonard Bauer.
Well, Monett got on the scoreboard first with 8:38 left in the first quarter. Michael Brandt scored on a 7-yard run. Cameron Cody kicked the conversion, putting the Cubs up 7-0. Then for the Mountaineers, with 2:03 left in the first quarter, Will Boswell scored on a 2-yard run, and a run attempt for the conversion failed, leaving the score Monett 7, Mount Vernon 6, and that's the way the first quarter ended. In the second quarter, with 9:23 left to play, Brian Paranavarro broke loose on a 48-yard pass from Ian Meyer and scored after a tremendous run on the part of Paranavarro after catching the ball. Cameron Cody kicked the conversion, putting the Cubs up 14-6. Then again, with 6:09 left, Brian Paranavarro again, this time on a 67-yard pass. This time it was a halfback pass thrown by Aaron Howard. So Paranavarro from Howard, a 67-yard touchdown scoring pass. Cameron Cody kicked the conversion, putting the Cubs up 21-6. And with 4:19 left in the second quarter, Michael Branch, after receiving a short pass from Ian Meyer, made a tremendous run, running over some tacklers, avoiding others, went a total of 68 yards on the play for the score. And once again, Cameron Cody kicked the conversion, putting the Cubs up 28-6. And that was all the scoring in the first half. So on the scoreboard, it looked like the Cubs had really dominated. But Benji and I both felt like it wasn't that lopsided the way it looked on the field. In the third quarter, the Cubs scored first. Patrick Valentine picked up a blocked punt and returned it 35 yards for a score. And Cameron Cody again kicked the conversion, putting the Cubs up 35-6. And at this point, it looked like the route was on, but the Mountaineers had something to say about that. They could have sort of pulled in their sails at this point, but they came back with vengeance. With 21 seconds left in the third quarter, Sammy Robinson scored on a 1-yard run, and Will Boswell scored the 2-point conversion on a pass from quarterback Jared Hadlock. So that brought the score to Monett 35, Mount Vernon 14, and that's the way the third quarter ended. In the fourth quarter, Monett did score first. Aaron Howard scored on a 4-yard run. Cameron Cody kicked the conversion, putting the Cubs up 42-14. So deep into the fourth quarter, the Cubs had a big 28-point lead, but again, Mount Vernon refused to die. They all of a sudden, their offense started clicking, and they just sort of cruised down the field with 4:34 left in the fourth quarter. Sammy Robinson scored on a 28-yard pass. Jarrett Massey scored on a 28-yard pass from Sammy Robinson. It was a halfback pass like the ones the Cubs had thrown against the Mountaineers in the first half. So Jarrett Massey scored a 28-yard pass from Sammy Robinson, and Jaden Buttram kicked the conversion, making the score 42-21. But it wasn't over yet. The Mountaineers came back again and scored with 49 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Chance Fenton received a 33-yard pass from quarterback Jared Hadlock, and Jaden Buttram kicked the conversion, making the score Monett 42 and Mount Vernon 28, and that was the final.
Thank you, Leonard. Lots of scoring tonight, 42-28. The Cubs victorious to go to 3-0 on the season, and they start their Big 8 campaign 1-0 here tonight at Mount Vernon. We'll slip away here from some of our sponsors. We'll be back after this timeout.
In the Monett Times.
Serving Monett and the surrounding areas for 90 years, the Monett Times features in-depth local news and information about your friends and neighbors on a daily basis. Also on the internet at www.monett-times.com. Monett Times helps you reach over 13,000 households through the Monett Times and the Monett.
In 1968, Jimmy Mitchell founded on these basic principles: provide people with quality vehicles and exceptional, and always treat the customer the way you want to be treated. Hi, I'm Chad Fott. 4 generations, almost 50 years later, Jimmy Mitchell Motors continues to honor these traditional values. Shop Jimmy Mitchell Motors. You'll find a vast selection of new and quality pre-owned vehicles priced to sell. You too can experience total customer satisfaction at Jimmy Mitchell Motors in Aurora, where
nobody beats our deal. The Monett Cubs Athletic Booster Club would like to invite you to become part of this Cub Pride Catch the Spirit membership drive. Athletic programs serve as the window to school and community. Becoming part of the Monett Athletic Booster Club will help the athletic to keep Monett growing. They support all high school athletic programs monetarily or with volunteer support to help promote team spirit. Your help, financial, appreciated. For more information about joining the Cubs Athletic Booster Club, contact the Booster Club member. And don't forget to follow on upcoming events.
Back at Mount Vernon High School, the Cubs win at 42-28. We owe you a station identification and a reminder you're listening to Big 8 Conference Football on KKBL 95.9 FM in Monett. We're joined in the post game by Coach Kyle Wood. Kyle, you went up against an offensive team that's put together some big numbers in the first 2 weeks, and you held them down very, very well in the first 3 quarters. They got a few things going late, but you come away with a big win tonight.
Yeah, you got most important thing there is you get the win. I think they scored. I just talked to you about it. They scored 3 touchdowns there late in the fourth quarter, which obviously we're not happy with. We're not going to be real pleased with that. But our kids played hard. I thought they executed our game plan almost perfectly the first 3 quarters. And then towards the end, we had some kids go out all of a sudden, some really important key figures for us. And so, I don't think it's any accident that they, put some on us real quick. But, they've got big play abilities. They're not bad. They've got that quarterback is super impressive. And, they've got probably the best group of receivers that we're going to see in the Big 8.
Oh, I think so. This is a team that throws it around a lot tonight. They threw the ball tonight unofficially 43 times. And
a bunch of completions.
Yeah, they had 30 completions and threw for 335 yards unofficially.
Yeah.
Tonight, your defense, however, didn't give up many yards rushing tonight, 29 yards on just 22 rushes tonight.
Right.
So Robinson getting the lion's share of those. But, again, your defense able to record 4 or 5 sacks, put some pressure on Hadlock, especially early in the game.
Yeah.
And you were playing with a lot of different faces out there, too, as you mentioned some kids getting nicked up.
It was that fourth quarter. Benji, was kind of a Chinese fire drill, man. You know, it's 61 degrees out there, and you've got a kid going down with cramps. You're like, what in the, you know, you don't see that every day. That's week 1, and it's 98 degrees at kickoff kind of stuff.
Yep.
So, you know, that happened, and then, you know, one of our best rushers up front got nicked up. That was on their second scoring drive when they just marched it right down the field. And we had a kid in there who wasn't quite ready, wasn't real sure where to line up, and so, you know, some of that is, you know, we just got to get kids more prepared and look ahead. I mean, it's hard to figure out who's going to go down where, and I mean, I feel like we do a pretty good job of rotating in kids, so we just kind of got to sit down tomorrow morning and say, okay, you know, if this happens, we need to make sure, you know, we're prepared for it and try to prepare our kids a little more.
I tell you what, tonight, offensively, it was a story for the Cubs where they made a lot of big plays, and sometimes big plays where there was no play to be made. There was some great individual efforts.
Yeah. No, across the board. You know, there was the one that sticks out, where there's big 2. Onus with that punt or the snap that went over his head. That was just fantastic effort. And then whenever Witt was first and 45 or something like that, and we ended up getting it on that 3rd down, and Brian scores, and he was like, holy cow, that's just fantastic effort. And I don't know if y'all watch the sideline too much, but we were all jumping around being excited. That's why I sound like I do. Well, no, I sound like I do because they were throwing it all over the field.
Yeah, well.
But me being excited whenever our kids were making just fantastic plays is a little bit of that voice.
Well, you know what? Irregardless, you're setting 3-0 now on the season after a Big 8 conference victory here on the road. You get a chance to go home, and on the horizon, the Lamar Tigers. Yeah, that's going to be a tough ball game, and you know, I know it's just week 4, but if there's somebody that's going to get Lamar in the regular season, it's the Monett Cubs.
Well, we like to think so. You know, absolutely. You know, we're going to, you know, this game's going to be good for us. You know, maybe our kids were getting a little too much publicity, and they're patting themselves on the back a little, which, I mean, we played well the first 2 games. You know, there's no doubt about that. So, you know, I understand some of that. So, you know, maybe a little humbling, right? That never hurts, Benji.
Yep.
And so, you know, we're going to come out. I thought we had a really good week of practice, which, I mean, Coach Cox over there, I mean, he's an offensive guru. I mean, he knows how to spread the field, and he's always been able to score.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, our kids were focused all week, and we challenged them a bunch this week. And, you know, for 3 quarters, they responded just fantastic. So, you know, I'm disappointed in the end, but I'm very, very happy about the win.
Well, it's always great to be able to have some teachable moments following a victory as opposed to a loss.
Yeah, and we can use this to get better, you know, and we can use it to, you know, make sure we get that focus right back. Because the funny thing about Lamar is they have the ability to embarrass you in a hurry if you're not going to be super sound in what you're doing defensively.
Yeah, they come at you in all sorts of directions with a whole lot of different sets and plays.
Yeah.
Well,
so it'll be fun.
We hope that you have a great week as always. We
Thank
appreciate you taking time out of your schedule to get up here after a game.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we appreciate the time you give us. Good luck. Have a great week.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations on the win. All right, that's Coach Kyle Wood. We'll slip away and be back with more of our post game after this timeout.
He's on the 30. He's on the 20. He's on the 10. It's a touchdown.
Nothing like football. The cheers of the crowd and getting it to see our local athletes and kids give it all they've got. Come to a game. Support our local schools. Community National Bank. A better way to bank. Member FDIC. Visit online at cnbbanking.com.
I don't know. I mean, they were, one time we had a kid inside.
You're listening to 95.9.
Can't figure out what that noise is from your car? With over 130 years combined experience, Hills Automotive. They're open Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 5:30 p.m. Hills Automotive, factory GM and Ford trained technicians any problem, from suspension, steering, complete computer diagnostic analysis. Stop by today on the Business Loop in Mount Vernon or call 417-466-818. That's 466-18 for pickup service. Proud sponsor, Mount Vernon Mountaineers. Whether it's Chevy or GM, stop by Automotive at Highways 39 and 60 in Missouri. They've got what you're looking for and a variety of styles and colors to choose from. If it's fuel steak, check out the Chevy Cruze. For more, see the Malibus or Impalas. If it's truck, you've got trucks, Silverados, Sierras, and Colorados. What about SUV? Covered with Tahoe, Yukon, Equinox, and Terrain. If luxury is what you're after, maybe Buick and Cadillac. And if you want to rev a bit, see the Camaros or Corvettes. Maybe Automotive in Aurora, Missouri, junctions of Highway 3960, or visit them online at maze.com.
What are you doing?
Watch those guys work.
I only see one guy working. What are the other guys?
See how they're pointing all that garbage where they're talking about getting rid of it.
And the other guy?
Oh, that's Cody Trash Service. They'll talk trash. They don't waste any time getting to work. By the time the from the other service get it figured out, Cody Trash will have the job done.
So why would you call him to get rid of your trash?
Beats me.
Doty Trash Service, serving Monett and surrounding towns. For weekly pickup you can depend, or those bigger jobs, call Jim today, 678-1350.
We are Missouri Farm Bureau Insurance. We're for Home Sweet Home. We're for contractors, single wides and studios. We're for houseboats, 2 stories or 20. Red, bluebirds, white squirrels, black walnuts. At your back door, we're for that. Watching the sun rise over the Mississippi and over the Missouri. We're for kicking off your heels, rise, hanging up your hat in the bootio. Have a home in Missouri. We have a policy.
Hi, I'm Chad Yotto, Missouri Farm Bureau. You're in Berry or Lawrence County, I've got you.
In a hurry? Why? At Old Town Pharmacy, you will find fast service. They accept almost all plans and competitive prices, including the $4 generic program. They offer week and have a drive-through for drop-off for added convenience. Open 7 week, Monday through Friday 9 to 6, Saturday 9 to 3, and Sunday 12. Pharmacy, 100 Chapel in Monett in the Old Town Village. 417-1100.
What are you doing?
Back at Mount Vernon High School, the Monett Cubs improved to 3-0 with a 42-28 victory over the Mountaineers. We're joined in the postgame by Coach Derek Ewell. Coach, one of the more unusual games that we'll probably see in a long, long time.
Yeah, leaving at halftime, just going in the locker room, it at that point it felt just a little, bizarre just at times. We had first down and 50 one time, and penalties was a problem tonight for us. And the only thing we can do is talk to the kids and hope that they work on them. We can run them, and maybe that's going to be the new thing for every yard. We run them a certain amount. I don't know, but we got to do something. But second half, it didn't get any better as far as the weirdness, the bizarre second half. Honestly, the fourth quarter, we were really just trying to get out of here with a W and get back to Monett.
Tell you, it was a game where big plays dominated. I mean, your offense made some plays where there were no plays to be found. Brian made a huge catch. Michael had a big play. You had a punt block for a touchdown. And probably one of the most unusual plays was the snap that went over Howard's head when he was trying to punt, and he turned it into a 22-yard gain after going back to his own one to retrieve it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't draw any of those things up. I mean, I take that back. We had one trick play that we did draw up for tonight, and I was happy to see Aaron throw a touchdown pass to Brian. That worked very well, and it was a good time of the game to do it. But yeah, the punt that Aaron ran, it was kind of like last year when Cameron did that against East Newton, but Cameron scored. But yeah, it was just bizarre. But a good thing is we were successful at getting that first down, and the kids executed.
You had stars up and down the lineup offensively. Michael Branch finishes with over 100 yards, unofficially 105 on 19 carries. Aaron Howard had a touchdown run late in the game. Ian Meyer threw the ball well again, 11 of 18 unofficially, a couple touchdowns. Kind of bad luck on the interception, a tipped ball. And your receivers came up big as well. So a lot of heroes offensively, and your defense really kind of withheld the barrage in the first three quarters, gave up 3 late scores when the game was kind of in doubt. You just never knew about tonight. It was just an unusual game.
Well, you play against a team that throws it like they do. You have to score points as an offense. I mean, look at Glendale in Springfield. They're going to score points, so you better score, as an offense playing them. And, I kind of felt that way going in. We were going to have to score some points. And, because I knew we're not going to keep them out of the end zone. They do a good job of throwing around. They got a senior quarterback that's very talented. He impressed me tonight. With Michael going over 100, kind of got after him a little bit as far as tiptoeing and stuff, early. And then he ended up breaking that long one, and that was kind of, maybe him just saying, you know what, I'm going to run harder. And, I'm a big kid, and it's hard to bring me down. So, defensively, hey, they've been doing a great job. Coach Wood and the staff are doing a great job. Tonight you play against a team that is pretty good offensively.
Yeah, absolutely. Averaging 29 points a game. They score 28 tonight. They give up a lot of points too, and the Cubs able to put up 42, which is right at your average too. You've been averaging 41.5 in the first 2 weeks. Now you turn the page. You get to enjoy it for a little while, but not long, because on the horizon here comes the Lamar Tigers.
Yeah, and they're I don't know, 5-time state champion, whatever they are. I'm probably wrong about that. They might be 6, but they come into our stadium and we are the home dogs. That's Vegas has us at about, I don't know, we're about 35, 40-point dogs right now. So they're the favorite. We get that W, we're tearing the goalpost down, and whatever. I'm joking about that, but they're very good, and we're going to have to match their physicality, and we're going to have to. It's going to be a little warmer. I was kind of disappointed. We had a couple kids cramp tonight. To me, it's too cool to have cramps right now, and that's something they're going to have to look at themselves, make sure they're taking care of their bodies.
Right, absolutely. It was unusual to see that tonight. Yeah, Lamar coming in. Obviously, defending state champion. They won big again tonight at Aurora, or against Aurora. But if there's a team out there that's going to get the Tigers in the regular season, I think it's the Monett Cubs, because you guys have an opportunity to be giant killers. Last year, I believe it was like a 29-12 game, possibly something in that neighborhood, if I remember right. As I look at it, yeah, 29-12. So, the Cubs have played them tough the last few years. Now they have an opportunity to come up with a big win at home. Yeah, and I know our kids will be up for it. That's you kind of worry about games that, maybe they think they're a little better than the other opponent and they don't get up for it. I know they'll be up for it. We've been talking about them in the summer a little bit. We tried not to talk about them this whole week, but I did hear some talking. So, hopefully we can, have a good game plan and, give them all they want. You had a few kids get banged up tonight. Anything serious, or do you hope to have everyone back next week? I think everybody with some rest, being smart, having some, letting them maybe sit out of practice should be okay. And maybe just, limited, maybe those play one side of the ball against Lamar. But for the most part, we got out healthy. Good. Very good. Well, we're going to let you get. It's late in the evening, and you got a bus trip back to Monett. As always, we appreciate your time, and congratulations on the win tonight. Thanks a lot. I just want to tell Benita I love you. I never tell you that. And, appreciate you. I'll talk to you. Bye. Hey, he got some. He'll use them up. That was a deposit. Makes a lot of withdrawals probably, like I do. So, all right. That's Coach Derek Ewell, who's on the good graces now with Benita. So, we'll slip away one final time. Be back to look at post-game stats after this timeout.
Have all expenses come at a bad? Well, relax. Since 1996, Cashers has been here to help. Monett can loan you up to $500 by simply your personal post-dated check, or up to $1,000 with a car title loan while you keep like a rock. Monett Check Cashers is currently located behind Taco Bell and has years of experience. So if you extra cash, give us a call. Monett Cashers, where customer service still exists. Call 235-2274.
Hi, this is Sam Green from Remax in Monett. From one fan to another, I want to be your real estate agent of choice. To our customers, we offer service, knowledge, and skill from over 20 years of experience. And that's what it takes to get your property sold, not just listed. If you're serious about selling, give us a at Remax Properties in Monett at 235-2200. We're located between McDonald's and Walmart on Highway 60. See you soon.
Race Brothers, Farm and Home Supply.
Hi, Roger. Brothers, we're a big store with a lot of stuff. At Race, there's always something new to talk about. For instance, the Waltz Makita power tools, hand tools, pliers, and screwdrivers. We also have a ton of everything at Race Brothers. In addition to Wrangler, we have Girl Girl, Bench, Rocky Mountain, Double H, and Montana Silver buckles, jewelry, and figurines for the shop. Air compressors, pressure washers, power jets, welders. Come on out to Race Brothers. No charges at Monett. You'll like the way we do it. Tell a friend.
Race Brothers, Farm and Home Supply.
And Western.
Parkway and Central Sheet Metal has been doing business in the Lawrence County area at their office in Fort Reserve for over 60 years. Wow, that's a lot. Central Sheet Metal is your hometown Carrier dealer, installing quality Carrier furnaces and conditioners for over 55 years. Man, that's a lot. Did you know Carrier invented air conditioners and have been an industry leader for over 100 years? That's really a lot. Parkway Hardware Central Sheet Metal is proud to sponsor high school football in the Lawrence and Berry County area. Good luck and have a great season. Hardware and Central Sheet Metal, 23 College Street, Aurora. Go by or call 778-3839.
4 more ads.
Home Shield Pest Control wants you to know that if your home could talk, it may tell you it's feeling well due to uninvited visitors, ants, wasps, spiders, rodents, and other pests lurking around your home or business. With over 20 years of industry experience, Home Shield Pest can remove those uninvited insects with an affordable, safe, and effective method. Home Shield Pest Control. Call Dave Vineyard today at 772-4177. That's 772-4177.
3 more.
Home. It's a sort of airs around your fire pit where all the members get passed around like bowls of it's bacon and eggs and the skeleton crackling along with the laughter.
At Insurance, we don't just insure your home, insure all the memories that live inside it. Your agent for details. Shelter Insurance. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
Free insurance review. Contact your insurance agent, Scott Thrush, Monett.
You choose where you buy your car. Choose where you wash it. You choose get your oil changed. Even after this, you don't have a choice. Thames right choice. With years experience, repair, car rentals, and experience to deal with your insurance company.
At Thames Collision Body Shop, it's for quality and efficiency or tools of the trade. Stop by at 712 West 10th, Cash.
800-900.
Back one final time from Mount Vernon High School. Benji Fenske alongside Leonard Bauer. Taking a look at post-game stats very quickly. First of all, for the Mount Vernon Mountaineers, who dropped to 1-2 on the season. They rushed the ball 22 times for 29 yards tonight. However, they completed 30 out of 43 unofficially, 30 out of 43 for 335. So the Mountaineers finished with over 360 yards of total offense. They finished with 17 first downs, had 1 turnover, 4 penalties for 40 yards, and 3 punts for a 41.7-yard average. They did have 1 punt blocked. It turned into a touchdown for the Cubs as they scooped it up and ran it in. For the Monett Cubs, 38 rushes for 175 yards, 12 of 19 passing for 302 yards. So the Cubs with over 470 yards of total offense tonight. They had 16 first downs, 3 turnovers, and 12 penalties for 91 yards, 1 punt for 50 yards. So a lot of offense tonight, Leonard, but there's a lot of things that the Cubs still have time to work on.
Definitely the penalty situation has to be addressed. It's just too much to tolerate. But a couple of things impressed me tonight. Mount Vernon's defensive line impressed me, how well they were able to contain the Cubs running game. And Ian Meyer impressed me tonight. I thought he had a very good game. You know, Brian Paranavarro had a couple spectacular catches, and Michael Branch had a couple of, tremendous catches and runs. But Ian Meyer was steady with bad snaps and everything. I felt like he did a really good job.
I agree with you. He really did, and ran for only 21 yards, but passed very well. 11 of 18 tonight, a couple touchdowns. So.
Well, and those 2 runs were in a crucial part of a drive that kept the drives going and so on. So, we talked about before the game how when you have 2 heated rivals like this, anything can happen, and just about everything did happen tonight.
That's right. Everything did happen tonight. Individually for the Mountaineers, their highlight is Garrett Hadlick. He threw the ball 29 out of 42 tonight for a touchdown, had an interception, and the leading receiver for the Mountaineers was Massey, who had 10 catches tonight for 106 yards and a score. So those were the leaders for the Mountaineers. For the Cubs on the ground, Michael Branch, 19 carries for 105 yards. Ian Meyer, as we mentioned, 11 for 18 tonight with 2 touchdowns. His leading receivers, Para Navarro, 3 catches for 140 yards and 2 scores. Michael Branch, 3 catches for 102 yards and 1 touchdown. So the Cubs win it 42-28 to improve to 3-0 on the season. And we're finally going to be able to say goodnight here in just a minute as we wind things down from Mount Vernon. Before we do, I'd like to thank all the fine people here at Mount Vernon for their hospitality. A big thank you to the superintendent, Scott Cook, the principal, Josh Ladd, and Mr. Chris Johnston, the assistant principal and activities director, for their help tonight and giving us a spot in the press box. We'd also like to thank Coach Derek Ewell and Andy's staff, Coach Wood, for coming up and visiting with us here in the postgame and for supplying us lineups and stats prior to tonight's kickoff. Special thanks goes out to all our fine sponsors who make this broadcast possible. We could not do this without your great support. Make sure you get out and support these local businesses and let them know how much they are indeed appreciated. Finally, a big thank you to all our listeners for bringing us into your homes, your cars, your places of business each and every Friday night. During the season, it's always an honor and a privilege to bring you Monett Cub football. As always, I'd like to thank the crew, Daisy Kayes, the producer engineer, Mr. Ogle back here, the cameraman, Mr. Bauer, thanks. You need to go home and ice up.
No,
you're going to be all right?
I'm tough. I fall a lot, so I'm tough. I wanted to say one thing. I hope our fans that are listening will come out and support next week and support the Cubs as they take on the Lamar Tigers. For one thing, in Lamar, they'll get to see one of the probably top 5 teams in the whole state of Missouri of any size. And it's going to be quite a challenge for the Cubs, but it should be an exciting game, and I hope we have a huge crowd there next week supporting the Cubs.
Absolutely. There's absolutely no reason why those west stands and beyond should be just full of fans coming out to watch these 2 undefeated teams, 3-0 and 3-0. Obviously, the winner of that game will have a leg up for a conference title. Right. And the Cubs come in, as Coach says, a home dog, and will look to pull an upset next Friday. So that will wrap it up here from Mount Vernon tonight. Just a reminder that we will be coming your way next week from Monett as the Cubs will host the Lamar Tigers. Pregame will air at 6:30 with kickoff scheduled for 7 p.m. from the friendly confines of Burrow Fowler Stadium. Once again, our final score, the Monett Cubs 42, the Mount Vernon Mountaineers 28. For my broadcast partner, Leonard Bauer, our producer engineer, Daisy Kayes, and our camera operator, Jeff Ogle, this is Benji Finsky saying thanks for following the Cubs, and a pleasant good night from Lawrence County.
You've been listening to Area High